Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had Night Vision Quirk? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku watched in awe as Kaken showed off his new quirk, little pops of heat and smoke bursting off of his open palms. Izuku was sure that with age and practice, those bursts would eventually turn into full explosions. A perfect quirk for an aspiring hero. That's amazing! He praised, already itching to write about it in his new notebook his mom gave him. Kaken grinned, wild and feral. Now I can beat up all the villains while you tell me their weaknesses. Izuku smiled so wide his cheeks hurt. Kaken saw his worth in his analysis of quirks and how to beat them, not in his lesser quirk. Of course, teachers tried to tell them that all quirks were equal and special in their own ways, but even at 4 years old they knew better. Some quirks were more equal and those that possessed them were raised up higher than others. Izuku's own quirk, night vision, was on the weaker spectrum. Present since the day he was born, he had the uncanny ability to see clearly in complete darkness. It was quite useful. If only it didn't come with the unfortunate side effect of making his eyes look buggy. They were green, like his mom's, but with no clear distinction between the pupil, iris, or sclera. If one looked close enough, they'd see hundreds of small hexagonal lenses, which as they caught the light, appeared iridescent. Mom always said they were beautiful. Classmates said they were creepy and ugly. Kaken, the blunt friend he was, agreed. But even if they are, why does what they think matter? He demanded one day while Izuku cried. Or attempted to cry. The unique structure of his eyes didn't allow for tears. Izuku paused his tearless sobbing for a moment and sniffled. What do you mean? You're already 10 times smarter than the rest of the dumbasses in our class, so use your brain. I'll be the cool hero that catches the villains during the day and you can be the ninja that gets information at night. A night ninja? Yeah, exactly. You can beat up the villains in the dark where they can't see. Just like an underground hero. Izuku's breath evened out and he smiled. Thanks, Kaken. The other boy rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. But you can't be so sensitive about things in the future. He acted annoyed, but Izuku could see the satisfied look on his face. A rock hitting a tree with a loud thwack pulled him out of his thoughts. Kaken stood proudly, already learning how to launch things with his explosions. Izuku clapped, a good audience. Help me find more rocks, Kaken said. I want to see how far I can blast them. Izuku nodded and wandered off a few steps. They were out in the playing field where it was flat. No rocks to be seen. He ran closer to the playground and managed to find a few more. They were small. Barely the size of his palm, but they'd have to do. With an armful of rocks, he began heading back. Kaken was faster than him, so he had already started throwing again. Izuku tried to lengthen his strides. He wanted to watch some more before recess ended. Suddenly, like a switch being flipped, he felt very tired. He blinked and as he took the next step, his arms went limp, dropping the rocks he had gathered onto the ground. Luckily, they missed falling on his foot, but while trying to dodge them, he tripped. Even face planted on the grass, he couldn't bring himself to care much. He felt like he was just on the edge of sleep, when his body was heavy and it was hard to open his eyes. He probably should have been more concerned. Instead he thought, maybe I'll just let this happen. He thought he heard someone yelling, just before he drifted off. He must have only been out for a few moments because when he woke up he had been rolled onto his back and was surrounded. Izuku, are you okay? Asked one of the recess aide, worriedly hovering over him. The other one was trying to get his classmates to move back a little and give him space. Kaken kneeled next to him. You fainted, you dumbadash, he cut himself off. Even in an emergency, he didn't want to risk the wrath of an adult for swearing. You dummy, he finished, his red eyes filled with worry. Izuku sat up. I'm fine. I just got really sleepy. Well, next time sit down instead of nosediving. Kaken snapped, but Izuku could see his relieved sigh. The recess aide wouldn't let him stay outside and play. Instead he was taken inside and was placed in the care of the nurse until his mom could come pick him up. He put his face in his hands and pouted. He was fine. Yeah, he tripped, but he already did that a lot, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But all the adults insisted that he sit still and rest. Something about how fainting isn't good for the body. Izuku thought that was dumb. He didn't faint, he just got tired for a moment. And he wasn't even tired now. Whatever had happened had passed as quickly as it had come. Mom agreed with the teachers when she arrived. She even pulled him out of school early for the day, saying something about having a day off. On the way out, they passed his classmates in the hall. He exchanged glances with Kaken. He seemed just as annoyed as Izuku that he had to go home early. Izuku didn't have another incident until a day or so later when they were practicing kanji. One second he was doing his best to perfectly copy each character, and the next Kaken was shaking him awake, yelling at him to pay attention because they were supposed to be having a writing contest. Izuku had apologized and continued on as he was. From there his sleepiness only escalated through the next few weeks. He was constantly nodding off during lessons. When he got home, he'd beeline for the couch and curl up for a nap. Even though he was usually pretty restless at night, he found himself soundly sleeping through the night. Mom had to keep an eye on him in the mornings, otherwise he'd crawl back in bed while she wasn't looking. Kaken got annoyed that he wouldn't go out for recess anymore, but Izuku was much more interested in a few extra moments of sleep than running around. He was pretty sure it wasn't normal for him to be sleeping so much. He could see the worry in his mom's eyes, his teachers, Kaken's, though Kaken showed it in a more angry, frustrated way. Izuku couldn't quite bring himself to be worried about it. Instead he curled up on the couch and drifted off. Izuku woke slowly. The constant heaviness of limbs was far too familiar at this point. He lay on his stomach, a pillow underneath him to give him a little bit of comfort. A few days ago his back had begun to ache and pain pressed into the area between his shoulder blades anytime he put pressure on it. When Mom had pulled up his shirt to take a look, she'd gasped and had whispered about it with Dad, both sharing identical worried looks. Izuku tried to see for himself, twisting in front of the mirror just to catch a glimpse. The skin of that area looked stretched and tented, two dark nubs growing up from underneath the skin. Not long after that, similar nubs appeared on his forehead, right against his hairline. He stretched, feeling like a lazy cat who'd fallen asleep in its favorite sunny spot. He slid off the couch and padded into the kitchen. Mom was whisking something in a bowl, but looked up when he turned the corner. "Izuku, how are you feeling?" He hummed neutrally. He'd just woken up, but already his eyes were drooping and he swayed a little. Mom knelt down and ran her hand through his hair, then pressed her hand against his forehead. "You still don't have a fever. Let me check your back again." He tried hard not to flinch when she brushed her fingers against the pained area. When he turned back around, her lips were pressed together. "It doesn't seem to be getting worse. Hopefully the doctor can give us some answers on Saturday." "Okay," he rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Whatcha doing?" "I'm making a cake for your birthday tomorrow. Do you want to help?" If it had been any other time, Izuku would have immediately jumped to help. He loved to help Mom, and plus, maybe she'd even let him lick the batter or give him a big spoon of frosting as a reward. But the couch was calling and his back and forehead were aching. "No. I'm tired," he mumbled, lightly tapping on his head nubs and wincing. That did nothing to soothe Mom's worries. She bit her lip, then stood and pulled a glass out of the cupboard. "At least eat a little something in case you sleep through dinner again." He nodded and stumbled to the table to sit in his favorite spot. While he waited, he nearly nodded off again, but the warm smell of noodles roused him enough to eat. He ate slowly, picking through the noodles to get at the chicken parts he liked, occasionally sipping from his glass of milk. Mom continued bustling around the kitchen making his cake. Chocolate, his favorite. A part of him was frustrated that he couldn't help, but that was buried under the apathy of needing sleep. Finally he finished, and without saying anything, he drifted to the couch, instantly falling asleep the moment he collapsed on the cushions. It was dark and cool when he woke. He wasn't on the couch anymore but was curled into a ball on his bed. Moonlight streamed through the cracks between his blinds, making white trails across the room. It was more than enough light for him to see thanks to night vision. He sat up. Despite the coolness, it wasn't quite summer. His skin felt itchy and hot, beads of sweat clung to his face and slid down his back. He had become used to the continuous ache from the nubs on his back and head. Even painkillers didn't do much other than keep it at bay for a while. But suddenly it began to feel more insistent. Sharper. He curled his fists into his sheets. It felt like the skin on his back was being pulled taut. Was it the nubs, the strange something lurking beneath his skin? The pressure at the front of his head increased. He should get Mom. Limbs shaking, he managed to claw off his covers and stumble a few steps to his bedroom door. He felt too hot and everything hurt. A pulse of pain on his back drove him to his knees. He panted, everything so off balance he couldn't even think to scream as the skin on his back split, something foreign pushing its way out of his skin. It was brushing against his shirt. He could feel his shirt through the thing. Like he was growing another appendage. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Didn't feel right. Possessed suddenly by need to make room for whatever was coming out, he tore at his shirt, pulling it over his head and off. The thing needed space. Another blinding pulse of pain made him grunt. The things in his back pushed out a few more inches and he could feel the cool night air against them like a sweet balm. During this he hadn't noticed the same kind of treatment happening on his forehead. Something soft and feathery brushed against his hair. No, not a something. Two somethings. Little by little, foreign appendages pushed their way out of his skin. The pushes happened more and more frequently and with less and less pain until Izuku sat hunched over and gasping. His whole body quivered from the intensity of what he had experienced. First he explored the feel of the things on his forehead. They were long and feathery, so if he concentrated he could even move them, twitching them back and forth. Applying the same principle to his back, he found that they slid apart and spread wide. He made them flap. His eyes went wide with realization. Needing to confirm it for himself, he staggered to the mirror. Two wings extended from the area between his shoulder blades. Izuku stared in awe. The base color was dark, but not black. As he squinted at them in the dim light, he decided they were probably a dark green, almost the same shade as his hair. A dark spot the size of a dinner plate decorated the tip of each wing, other smaller dots creating a swirling pattern down the edge, to another pair of dark spots at the bottom. Izuku remembered learning about butterflies in school. His teacher had told them that butterflies sometimes had dark-colored spots called eyes that were used to scare away animals that might eat them. He twisted so he could see his wings better. They didn't look like typical butterfly wings. They were thick and dark. Not like the colorful pictures the class was shown. The ones with bright blues and yellows or whites. He also remembered his teachers saying that butterfly wings were very delicate, and if they tore, that was the end for the butterfly. Stricken with fear, he concentrated, trying to fold them in closer to his body so they wouldn't catch on anything. The movements were jerky, as if they didn't like listening to Izuku's commands. But after a couple tries, he figured out how to make them fold into an upside-down V across his back. Pleased with the results, he glanced once more into the mirror. A butterfly didn't seem to fit what he was exactly. His wings and antennae, for what else could it be on his head, were stockier than a butterfly's. Also, his original quirk was night vision. A moth. He was a moth. He gasped with the realization, nearly tripping as he ran out of the room with excitement. Mom. Dad. He called, feet pattering as he ran down the hall, then threw open his parents' bedroom door. There was some fumbling as they both woke. Dad sat up and turned on the lamp on the nightstand, squinting and blinking as his eyes adjusted. As if by instinct, Mom had already thrown her legs over the side of the bed, poised to get up if needed. She, too, had to pause for a moment to blink and rub at her eyes. Izuku stood proud in the doorway, new wings vibrating with excitement. My quirk isn't night vision. I'm a moth. Mom gasped. Dad said a bad word. None of the Midoriyas got any sleep for the rest of the night. Inko tried to get Izuku back to bed, but he was practically buzzing with so much energy he couldn't even lay down. He wanted to do research on moths. He was constantly spouting questions. Did he have other cool abilities? Weren't moths nocturnal? Was he nocturnal? He had wings now, so he could fly? How high could he go? It was like he was given a highly caffeinated drink. And thanks to Hisashi, Inko knew exactly what that was like. Finally, Inko gave up on getting any more sleep. Sometimes you just had to bow to the wishes of a 4-year-old. So she pulled her hair back into a ponytail, started some coffee, and prayed she'd get the chance to take a nap sometime during the day. The two of them sat at the kitchen table with the family laptop and looked up article after article about moths. Hisashi didn't join them, but not for lack of trying. Inko pulled his coffee cup away from his outstretched fingers and gave him a pointed look. Defeated, he slunk off back to bed much to his wife's satisfaction. Inko and Izuku spent the hours until dawn picking at every bit of information they could find. Izuku wanted to write everything down for his notebooks. Inko helped him copy down all of the new words and sound out unknown kanji. At her elbow she kept her own set of notes. Inko had started her third cup of coffee when Hisashi was getting ready to leave for work. "I should have stayed up with you and Aizu. You work a 9 to 5 job 6 days a week. You need sleep." He chuckled nervously at that. "Sleep is for the weak? Then you must be weak," she shot back, making him groan. "When did you get so sassy?" He mumbled into his own cup of coffee, thankfully this time it wasn't cruelly ripped from his hands. He glanced over at Izuku where he was entranced with Moth pictures. "He's still going? Thought by now he'd be tired. Or cranky. You look a little cranky. Are you sure you're up to dealing with a horde of screaming children today?" Inko set her cup down. "I'll be fine. Izuku needs some time with his friends. All he's been doing for weeks is sleep. I think it'll be good if he's a little active. I'll keep the party short though, just in case he does crash." Hisashi hummed. "Tell me how that goes. While you're at it, are you canceling that doctor's appointment?" Inko nodded. "Yeah, but I'm going to look into a specialist or analyst. I don't even know where to begin with. All this." Hisashi drained the last of his coffee, then crossed the room to give her a peck on the cheek. "I wish you the best of luck today then. Tell me about it when I get home." He popped over to where Izuku sat at the table. "Hey, do I get a hug before I go?" Even with missing roughly 5 hours of sleep, Izuku was showing no signs of slowing down. Quietly, Inko was relieved. After those weeks of Izuku barely having the energy to do anything besides sleep, it was wonderful to see him up and about, ready to lend a hand where needed and be his usual cheerful self. Though it was a bit hard to keep him from attempting to fly every other second. She slid a chair against the wall and stepped up onto it so that she could hang the happy birthday banner. On the ground, Izuku jumped up and down, dark green wings vibrating as he still was working out how to move them properly. "Mom, I want to do it. Let me help." His wings fluttered desperately, but they didn't have the control or strength to get off the ground yet. "I don't want you flying yet, Izuku. I don't want anything accidentally broken or for you to get hurt." His face twisted into a pout as he settled his feet firmly on the ground. Inko truly felt bad about souring Izuku's excitement, even if it was just for the moment. She was well aware of the kind of mischief kids with newly developed quirks could get into. She had done it herself after all. And Hisashi. He had been full of mischief at Izuku's age. Some of the stories she'd heard from her in-laws made her hope Izuku doesn't inherit Hisashi's reckless behavior. "Izuku," she said, waiting patiently until he turned his eyes up to look at her. "I promise we'll do some flying practice before your party. Can you help me and then we can do that for a bit?" Izuku bit his lip, then nodded. Inko smiled. "There's some paper plates and cups on the counter. Can you set those out for me?" Inko had to praise the wonders of 4-year-old attention spans. Within minutes Izuku was wholeheartedly distracted by the excitement of having a birthday party. When Inko finally climbed down from the chair, the banner successfully hung. Izuku had not only done as she'd asked but also found the party hats she'd bought and looped the string through his antenna so it could rest on his head. She made sure to snap a picture when he wasn't looking. She straightened the plates and cups on the table, gave instructions to Izuku to place a hat by every spot, then moved to the fridge to pull out the birthday cake to put on the counter. It seemed like everything was ready. The house was pre-cleaned the day before and a few small group games were set out. She'd originally planned for a short party, but since Izuku was much more awake and energetic, perhaps she'd tell the parents that staying a little longer would be fine. There was just enough time for a little practice. "How much can you move your wings?" Inko asked, feeling entirely out of her depth. Immediately Izuku's wings snapped out to their complete length, startling her. Even on a small child, they were big. Almost a meter long tip to tip. She couldn't imagine how much bigger they'd get as he'd grow. Earlier, after Hisashi left, she cut open one of the backs of Izuku's old shirts so he had something to wear instead of running around naked from the waist up. Internally she sighed. He'd need all his shirts modified, if not an entirely new wardrobe. Specially designed clothes, maybe. She'd hesitantly touched them while helping slip the shirt on Izuku and move his wings in place. She had felt the ridges of the scales under her fingers. They were extremely small. Not even the size of a pea and the same dark green as his hair. On the upper tip of each wing was a black circle highlighted with white. A similar, but smaller pair also sat at the bottom edge of his wings as well. Eye spots. They'd read about those earlier that morning. Black dots made a swirling pattern down the edges and around the eye spots. Inko was half reminded of a decorative edge on a piece of fabric. Or the freckles Izuku inherited from Hisashi. She pulled away, wiping her hand on her jeans. He hadn't complained or made any pained noises during her examination, but it was still nerve-wracking. She shook herself out of her thoughts and smiled while Izuku continued to wait for instructions. Alright, for now let's just practice moving them, okay? Izuku nodded, and his brow furrowed into a serious glare, which was honestly more adorable than anything else. When he'd first woken them up, his wing movements were a bit clunky and awkward. And it didn't take long after that to notice how they seemed to flutter and twitch in tandem with his chaotic emotions. She started him off with simply practicing opening and closing them across his back, each repetition becoming smoother and easier than the last. During one of his open stretches, Izuku attempted flapping. It hadn't done much other than fan Inko's hair back, but she smiled encouragingly when he frowned. It's okay, Izuku. It might take a little practice to get off the ground. Okay, I'm going to work really hard so I can impress Kaken when he gets here. 4-year-olds only had so much patience to stand in the middle of a room before getting bored, so Inko gave Izuku permission to practice his flutterings while jumping off the couch and onto a pile of cushions. She checked her watch. Just a few more minutes until the first guests would be arriving. This was turning out to be the best birthday ever. Izuku giggled as he leaped off the couch for the nth time. For a moment, his wings caught the air and he hung suspended before he dropped again. He was getting closer to flying. Being able to fly was the first biggest excitement of the day, and he hoped to master it before Kaken arrived, which brought him to his second biggest excitement. Showing Kaken his quirk. Everyone had been wrong about it being night vision. Now he could do other cool moth things too. Flying was first and obvious, but he could do other things too. He could smell his mom in the other room, but not with his nose. The fluffy ridges of his antennae could pick scents out of the air as easily as Izuku could choose his favorite hero. All Might, of course. He had been really excited to write that down in his notebook. Also, he had those big eye spots. Maybe he could use them to scare villains away like how moths use them against predators. The doorbell rang, interrupting his thoughts. He grinned and jumped off the couch to run to the door. His wings caught the air a little again on the way down. He was getting closer. I hope Izuku is feeling better dash, he heard Aunt Mitsuki saying just before he slid into the entryway and bolted for Kaken. What the F dash? Kaken managed to blurt out, eyes wide, right before Izuku plowed into him, a mess of wings and limbs. Kaken, look at my quirk. I'm a moth, isn't that so cool? Above him, Auntie seemed to be staring in shock as well. Inko, when did this happen? Last night? This entire day has been a little surreal to be honest, Mom murmured. Izuku didn't really care for the grown-ups' conversation. He grabbed Kaken's wrist and dragged him in the living room, intent on telling him about his quirk. I grew my wings last night, he said, not giving Kaken time to interrupt. It really hurt, but they look so cool. Me and Mom did research, and she says that I was probably sleeping so much because my body needed energy to grow them. And I can smell really well now. Mom smells nice. Hey, you do too. Smelling with his antennae didn't work how it did with his nose. Instead of inhaling, scent seemed to just waft over them, and the ridges picked them up automatically. Izuku had smelled Kaken the moment he had stepped inside the house, and he immediately committed it to memory, etching it into his brain as Kaken's identifying mark. Kaken was frozen, red eyes sweeping across Izuku's wings, then antennae, then back to his face and his familiar multifaceted eyes. Izuku's wings paused their quickly familiar becoming vibrating motion, drooping to the floor. Is something wrong? A knife of anxiety twisted in Izuku's gut. Maybe Kaken didn't like him as a moth. You evolved like a Pokemon. Izuku hadn't thought of it like that. The anxiety melted away and was replaced with excitement. Do you know what happens when Pokemon evolve? Kaken continued. They get stronger? Izuku guessed. Kaken leaned in closer. Exactly. They level up so they can fight even bigger and tougher enemies. Izuku swallowed a relieved sob. Kaken had always placed worth in Izuku's quick brain and rough, but impressive quirk analysis. They had both been highly aware that Izuku would have been practically fighting quirkless if he ever became a hero. That's why Kaken always pushed with him more than their other friends. Demanding Izuku to run faster, to be smarter, stop crying and put on a brave face. But, thanks to his overnight transformation, the playing field had become that much more even. Izuku grinned. It was good to know that Kaken had unwavering faith in his abilities. He was going to be a hero. Show me what you can do, Kaken demanded, and Izuku happily complied. It was definitely worth seeing Kaken's proud look when he managed to hover in the air for a long euphoric moment. Izuku took far too much delight in seeing his friends' shocked faces at his transformation. Every time the doorbell rang, Izuku would dash to the front door so that he could be the first thing they saw before they even entered the house. He drank in their surprised gasps and excited questions. Everyone's combined enthusiasm bouncing off each other's and multiplying, like light and mirrors. Tsubasa had the most reason to be excited. He was the only one in their friend group with a winged quirk, and the prospect of Izuku being able to do flying races or hang out with him in the tops of treetops nearly made him spontaneously combust. Can I touch them? Someone asked, wonder shining in their eyes. Izuku stretched out his wings. Sure. Be careful though. Mom's worried they're delicate. Immediately, hands shot out to pet various parts of his wings. Izuku did his best to hold still. It felt like he was being tickled. There were a lot of O's and th. It's rough. Tsubasa commented. Of course he noticed. His own wings were smooth and leathery like a bat's. I want to touch your feathers, another said, already reaching for Izuku's head. Instinctively, Izuku flinched. His wings folding tight against his body as he stepped back. His actions surprised a few of the other kids, and they turned to the one who'd spoken accusingly. Kaken wasn't having it. You're supposed to wait for permission, idiot. He yelled, heat crackling off his palms as he stepped in front of Izuku. We learned about that in school. Before Kaken could escalate, Mom stepped into the living room and quickly announced the beginning of the party and directed them to a pile of games. The party itself ran fairly smoothly after that. Kaken stuck close to Izuku's side and shot glares at the one kid every chance he got. Izuku had already forgiven them. He hadn't meant to get scared, he just didn't like how they'd been reaching for his antennae like that. It didn't matter to Kaken, he would still unfairly target them during games so they'd lose. Izuku couldn't do much to stop him either. Once Kaken had his sights set on something, nothing could deter him from it. The poor kid only caught a break during cake and ice cream, when Kaken seemingly forgot about it. He hadn't, but nothing was getting in between him and chocolate cake. It was probably good the kid ended up being the first to leave. They said a heartfelt, if a bit hasty goodbye, glancing over Izuku's shoulder where Kaken lurked in the entryway behind him. After that Kaken relaxed. As much as Kaken could relax. One by one the others left. I'll teach you to fly next time, Tsubasa promised, and Izuku agreed, already impatient to fly as well as him. Then it was just him and Kaken. They sat together on the couch, Izuku messing with the new all-might figure Kaken had given him. Beyond. It had been a long day, and now that the peak of the day had passed, he was starting to get tired. I think I'd like to learn about other heroes with quirks like mine, he murmured, making All Might do a victory pose. Like other moths. Or insects. Insects are pretty cool actually. Kaken grunted. All Might's still the best. Duh, he's the #1 hero. Izuku rolled his eyes. I want to see how other heroes fight. Maybe it can give me ideas. It was silent for a moment. Izuku twisted his figurine into wacky poses and smiled. He would be a hero like All Might. The doorbell rang, signaling Aunt Mitsuki's arrival. Just before Kaken left, he turned back to Izuku. "You have All Might's, you know." When Izuku looked confused, he made a peace sign and held it to his forehead. "Your antennae. It's like his hair." That was an even better present than the All Might figurine, in Izuku's opinion. "So you came in today because you want to learn more about your quirk, is that correct?" Even though the woman was looking at Izuku when she said this, she was clearly addressing Inko. Inko had to jump through some hoops to see this particular quirk analyst since she was specialized in insect mutations. Though, upon seeing the gossamer dragon wings on her back, it wasn't hard to imagine why. Izuku had immediately become entranced with them, asking a million questions per minute that the analyst, she introduced herself as Ms. Fujiwara, happily answered. It helped Izuku feel more comfortable when it was time to examine him. Fujiwara instructed Izuku to stretch his wings out and he complied. While she measured, she continued to speak to Inko. "During your call you said the wings and antennae developed recently. How long ago?" 3 days. On the morning of his birthday. She answered easily. Fujiwara hummed. "There was no chrysalis, correct?" Inko shuddered. "Thankfully not." One of the first things they had learned about during that early morning was moth life stages. Since Izuku had grown his wings, he'd officially exited the pupa stage. Inko could only thank the heavens that Izuku didn't have the ability to spin a cocoon. She didn't think she could handle walking into his bedroom one morning only to find him hanging from the ceiling. He was rather tired in the weeks leading up to it though. That's what we were originally going to go see a doctor for, but ever since he seems to have perked right up. She continued. "That sounds like his version of a pupa stage." Fujiwara noted. Inko agreed. "Everything seems to have come out all right. No infections where his wings or antennae came through. The wings will get stronger as he gets older but still need regular exercise, just like the rest of him. I'd recommend taking him to a quirk gym where there's lots of flying space and padding in case of accidents." Inko nodded and scribbled a note down on a sheet of paper. She was a little hesitant to ask, but then again, the whole point of this appointment was to ask questions, but she swallowed and plunged forward anyway. "How tough are Izuku's wings? I'm worried that they'll be damaged somehow." She'd touched them a few times. Only small light brushes of fingertips when she'd helped Izuku into his new modified shirts or when she'd given him quick washcloth baths, too anxious to let him soak fully in the tub. Fujiwara shut her tape measure and made a note on her sheet. "They're pretty hardy, so I wouldn't be too anxious about it if I were you. Those overlapping scales on his wings already act like natural armor, but they're even tougher than a regular moth's wings to be able to keep up with a human being. It's pretty standard for insect mutations." She stretched out her own wings and addressed Izuku. "You can touch them if you want." He didn't hesitate to run his hands along the vein-like lines down the length of her wings, quietly mumbling under his breath. She turned her head to continue to talk to Inko while Izuku was distracted. "It differs from insect to insect, of course. Mine definitely aren't as durable as his, but it still takes quite a bit to make them tear. Or even threaten to tear. For Izuku, I'd compare his wings to hard leather probably. It should be fairly hard to scratch up or bend to the point of being broken. I wouldn't be worried if he decided to play rough with friends or family." The worried knot in the bottom of Inko's stomach began to loosen. It had been such a constant for the past few days that it was only now that it was leaving that she realized that she had it at all. "Thank you, that really takes a load off my mind." "It's no problem. Any other questions?" "Baths. Shower and bathe normally. Don't scrub too hard or scales can come off and that could affect flying. Flying is nigh impossible with wet wings, so wait until they're dry before attempting that. Oh, and obviously don't fly in the rain. It's not a good idea." She said that last bit a little sheepishly, as if she had personal experience. Inko carefully copied that information down and glanced at her still extremely long list with a wince. They were mostly just trivial questions. Hisashi told her not to overthink it, but she had some new terrible scenario she hadn't prepared for looping in her head. As if knowing exactly what she was thinking, Fujiwara smiled gently. You aren't my first client to have their child unexpectedly develop an insect mutation, so I'm aware that there's a lot of anxiety. I think you're doing wonderfully, all things considered. That simple reassurance was all Inko needed to begin to cry. An hour later, mother and son left the office. Eyes dried and chin held high, Inko felt a little more prepared for the future. Izuku crouched on top of the monkey bars and locked into his next target, the climbing wall. With a frenzied flutter of wings, he flew the few meters to the top of the wall. A brief touchdown, hardly lasting a second, and he was springing off again, this time to the top of the lower spire that was part of the playground. He zigzagged in this manner, as if he was a flying pinball, until he reached his final destination at the highest point on the playground. It was difficult to land solidly. The hard plastic was wet from the previous night's rain, and it took a bit of extra flapping and a strong grip on the spire to be completely secure. Successfully perched, he paused for a moment to catch his breath and folded his dark wings against his back. Him and Tsubasa had been playing a non-stop game of tag, though it had quickly intensified into an odd mix of both tag and hide and seek. Right now Izuku was the seeker. Izuku scanned the area from his vantage point. Other than Mom reading on a bench down below, and Izuku and Tsubasa of course, the park was empty. There weren't many other kids that would want to play at the park so late into the fall. Not to mention when everything is so cold and damp. Mom glanced up from her book. One of her habitual checks. It wouldn't be a good idea to let two 7-year-olds have free reign of the park without some supervision after all. Izuku waved until he caught her attention and she returned the gesture. She looked over the rest of the playground. "Where's Tsubasa?" she called curiously. Her anxieties over Izuku being so high had almost dramatically faded over the past 3 years. "I'm looking for him," Izuku yelled back. If Tsubasa hadn't noticed him yet, he'd definitely given his position away now. "Have you seen him?" "Nope." "Be careful up there," Mom called back. She kept an eye on him for a few more moments, then turned back to her book. That wasn't especially helpful. Well, if he couldn't see Tsubasa, he'd just use his other senses. His antennae twitched. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and leaves. He could smell Mom, of course, and even a few birds in the trees nearby. Nope. Tsubasa had a distinct leathery smell because of his bat-like wigs. The smell of rain was so thick it nearly covered everything else. Izuku frowned. This was making things a bit difficult. He strained his antennae further. Just a small whiff. Anything to give him a small clue. Filter out the smell of the rain. He had been focusing so hard on organizing all the scents, he'd become slightly blind to his surroundings. That was a mistake. Several things happened in quick succession. First, Tsubasa poked his head over the roof in front of Izuku. "Boo!" The second thing was Izuku startling. He cried out in alarm, not expecting Tsubasa's appearance, and in the process, let go of the spire he had been holding onto to keep his balance. And finally he slipped. His knees hit the hard plastic and he began to slide off backwards. The dampness from the rain only aided in his loss of footing. His eyes widened and instinctively his wings moved to stop his fall. But they were being too slow. Too stiff. The cold had seeped in when he'd been distracted searching for Tsubasa's scent. They wouldn't open, much let flap, in time to catch himself as he usually would in this kind of situation. A spike of fear lodged itself in Izuku's chest as he began slipping off the edge. His fingers grasped desperately. There weren't any handholds to clutch onto. Even the edge of the roof was too steep and wet to grasp. Without working wings, Izuku suddenly understood why someone would be afraid of heights. It wasn't the height itself they were worried about. It was what would happen when they hit the ground. "Help!" He managed to yelp just before gravity completely took hold. For what seemed like forever, Izuku could only watch as the ground rushed up to meet him. He'd be lucky if he got out of this without breaking his legs. He squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself the best he could. He suddenly wished he knew how to fall properly in case of this exact situation. Flying had made him lazy. Right before he crashed into the ground, with all the dignity of a sack of potatoes, someone slammed into him, knocking the air out of his lungs with a sharp whoosh. His eyes flew open. Tsubasa clung to his shirt and was attempting to slow both their descents. His own leathery wings strained and beat at the air, causing the playground with chips to blow in every direction. You? He hissed between clenched teeth. It worked partially. Tsubasa had to drop Izuku just a foot above the ground. If there had been any air left in his lungs, it would have squished out then. Tsubasa grunted as he landed but turned right around to hover over Izuku, eyes wide with worry. Are you all right? Izuku didn't respond right away. He was still trying to get his breath back. The combined terror of falling and being body slammed had rendered his lungs useless. The clouds were dark and heavy in the sky, full as wet sponges. Just one little poke and all the water would come squeezing out. Tsubasa was yelling something. Izuku pulled himself out of his head and gasped, lungs finally opening up for business. He could hear the sound of footsteps crunching through the wood chips. Tsubasa finally took his eyes off him and glanced up. Mrs. Midoriya dash. Izuku! Mom swooped in and dropped to her knees on the other side of him. Izuku! Talk to me. Are you okay? The tightness in his lungs was loosening. He coughed. I'm good, he wheezed, sounding like a deflating balloon. Slipped a little. Wings froze. It wasn't the best explanation, but he was also still doing a very impressive imitation of a fish. That didn't help with Mom's frantic worry. Oh no. I knew I shouldn't have brought you out to the park when it's so wet and cold. I swear from now on you're wearing your coat, no matter how much you hate it. It's nearly winter anyway. Tears appeared in her eyes. Izuku closed his eyes. It was true. He only had his wings uncovered this far into the cold season because he'd convinced Mom that they'd be fine as long as he constantly vibrated them to keep his flight muscles warm. The first snow of winter marked when Izuku would be grounded from flying except for when they go to the Quirk gym on weekends. Thanks to today's accident, he'd have to cover up early. She helped him sit up slowly and fretted for a moment more, checking his wings for tears. There weren't any, and bruises definitely will be. After him, it was Tsubasa's turn. I'm going to cut this short, Mom told them when she was done. I know we haven't been here very long, but no more today. Izuku couldn't even blame her. It was technically his own fault. You two stay put. I'll go get my things. She headed off back to her bench on the other side of the playground. Izuku gingerly touched his ribs and hissed. He ached everywhere, but especially there. Thanks for catching me, he said quietly to Tsubasa. His friend was quick to shake his head, face twisted with guilt. No, I'm sorry. It's my fault you fell in the first place. I shouldn't have tried to scare you. We should just leave being scary to Kaken. He's much better at it. Tsubasa laughed. It was a weak laugh, but still a laugh. Izuku gave him a reassuring smile. That was pretty smart, hiding under the roof where I couldn't smell you. I never even saw you hide there in the first place. How'd you do it? Tsubasa grinned fully now. That's for me to know and you to find out. Izuku huffed. He'd figure it out. Eventually, Mom returned with her things and he was helped off the ground. He had to hobble a little as he walked, but it was infinitely better than breaking his legs thanks to Tsubasa's fast reflexes. It was guaranteed that Mom wouldn't forget the park incident anytime soon, even if Izuku wished she would. As she promised, he was forced into a specially made coat that had extra insulation for his wings. It was restrictive and annoying, and while his wings were comfortably warm, the rest of him was practically sweating buckets. Dad took one look at his grumpy face and snorted. I thought I was stubborn, but your mother is one of a kind. I wish you luck trying to talk her out of wearing that. Izuku glared at him a little harder. Dad supported his hatred of the coat, but not enough to step in and convince Mom himself. Dad, already having experienced this exact downturn in mood for the past 2 winters, sipped his coffee and checked the news on his phone. The glaring wasn't working, so Izuku simply slunk down lower into his chair. Idly, he wondered if it was possible to ditch the coat as soon as he left the house without Mom finding out. Speaking of her, either she was unaware of how much he hated this, or blatantly chose to ignore it. She still bustled around the house, preparing bento boxes for him and Dad, commenting on whatever gossip Aunt Mitsuki had told her recently, and unashamedly telling Izuku he looked cute in his bright blue coat. He was saved by the doorbell ringing. I'll see you after school, he said, rushing past and throwing his all-might backpack on. Okay, sweetie. Have fun at school, Mom called after him. You better be wearing that coat when I come pick you up this afternoon. And don't ditch it during recess. He groaned, slipped out the door, and shut it behind him. Auntie getting after you today? Kakin asked, his hair and uniform strategically messed up to create the impression he didn't care. Izuku knew Aunt Mitsuki would never let him leave the house like that, but somewhere between the 2 blocks to Izuku's house Kakin always managed to undo her hard work. He wondered how many years it would take before she decided to give up on making him look decent for anything. It's just this dumb coat, he grouched, stepping off of the porch. I hate it. And I hate winter. Well, if it winds up going missing then don't whine to me about it. Izuku eyed him. Was he implying what he thought? Stop staring, nerd. If you don't walk faster we're going to be late. Kakin snapped. Izuku burrowed his mouth and nose into the top of his coat to hide his smile. Oh, Kakin. You could just say you care. Tsubasa apologized for the playground incident again during recess, and that meant they had to tell Kakin the whole story. That also meant Izuku received a lecture. Why the F? Do you always do shitty balancing acts where you can fall and break your neck? Do you think you're effing funny? His questions were said more rhetorically, but having the ability to fly also apparently emboldened Izuku to walk fine lines he rather shouldn't, so he answered them. Not especially. Though if I'm going to be a hero I should have a couple of witty one-liners. Kakin looked like he was going to boil over. He jabbed a finger at Izuku's face. You're on thin ice. Your hands are smoking. Indeed they were. Kakin growled, marched a few steps away, and fired off a few explosions into the air. He really must have been worked up if he could do even that much when it's so cold. The recess aides and other students barely blinked. Kakin using his quirk in the outfields was almost normalized at this point. As long as he was using it away from other people, it was fine. When he returned from de-stressing, Izuku poked the bear again. Tsubasa, what's your rating of the Kakin show? His fellow winged friend pretended to think, dramatically screwing up his eyes and placing a hand on his chin. It was a good show, Aizu. I could feel the heat from here and I'm all nice and toasty. However, he lost points because he yelled at me and it hurt my feelings. 6 out of 10 inch. F you. Kakin sat on the grass across from them. I swear I have to keep an eye on you two all the time or you'll end up killing yourselves. We place ourselves in your explosive hands. Izuku nodded solemnly. Kakin growled. Tsubasa hid his laughter behind a hand. But even that wasn't enough of an escape from earning his own glare. Anyway, Tsubasa changed the subject before Kakin could find something else to yell at them for. If you apply for that support device then you don't have to wear that coat anymore, right? Izuku hummed in agreement. It was something that he'd learned about a couple years ago while researching heroes with insect-type quirks. To prevent their wings from freezing in winter, a small device was installed into their costume, usually just below the wings. It would blow hot air and create a warm air pocket to keep them comfortable. It would make winter flying possible. Or at least, free him from having to wrap his wings in layer upon layers and most importantly, the dreaded coat. This would be the 3rd year they'd apply for it and like always it would be a long shot. Civilian support items were only granted to those who absolutely needed it, such as if they couldn't live life normally without it. For example, a girl in the grade below them was granted a support device because she had a quirk that quite literally made her weightless, and she had to wear special, heavy boots to keep herself from floating into space 24. Even the rigorous background checks weren't the problem. Izuku's problem was he technically didn't need it to live normally. He'd just be grounded during the winter season. He sighed and shook his head. I could apply. But I'm pretty sure it'd just be rejected again. Why bother getting my hopes up, you know? When I become a hero I'll have to get it then. Or I can't save people like All Might. I'll probably need one too, Tsubasa said. At least when I'm flying. I'm just glad I can retract my wings, otherwise I'd be in the same boat as you. I think it's stupid that you can't even get a dumb support item. Kakin folded his arms. How am I supposed to prove that I'm better than you if you can't even bring 100%? It's for a good reason, Kakin. The Hero Commission doesn't want villains getting their hands on stuff like that super easy, Izuku said. He scoffed. What's a 7-year-old going to do with a hand warmer? Izuku didn't have a reply for that. He could imagine what Kakin would try to do with it, attempt to make even bigger explosions, but he himself would just do exactly what it says on the tin. They have their reasons, he insisted. Probably lots of logical reasons. He made a mental note to research that more later. Tsubasa was looking like someone trapped between a rock and a hard place. Every topic he'd brought up so far had made Kakin angry. You want to play heroes? He ventured a bit hesitantly. FNG finally. I thought we were going to sit around and gossip like the hag and her friends all day. His palms crackled and he grinned, eager to start a fight. Whose turn is it to be the villain? This is FING ridiculous, Kakin griped. Your head doesn't hurt at all? Tsubasa shrugged. I always wondered what people meant when they said blood rushes to their head. Currently he was flipped upside down on the couch, feet up against the wall and head on the cushions. They were at Kakin's house for the afternoon. Today marked the first snow of winter. A full week after the playground incident and the return of Izuku's dreaded coat. While they'd initially started with playing Smash, one thing had led to another, as they tend to do when facilitated by 7-year-old boys. Izuku didn't look up from his notebook. It's been 15 minutes now with no pain or dizziness. Your quirk might have some slight bat physiology other than the wings. He said physiology syllable by syllable. It was a new word and easy to get tripped up on it. Like hanging upside down for extended PRDS of time or echolocation. Can you do any high-pitched sounds? Don't think so. Hanging upside down is pretty cool though. Maybe I can even sleep like that. Maybe you can drink blood, Kakin mocked, wiggling his fingers menacingly. You're an evil vampire. Tsubasa frowned. Bats don't drink blood. Well, at least not human blood. Some types drink animal blood from cows and sheep. The rest eat fruit or bugs. They're certainly not evil. Kakin huffed, his fun being ruined by facts and science. You're such a nerd. Where'd you even learn that anyway? Tsubasa righted himself on the couch and twiddled his thumbs a little sheepishly. After my quirk appeared, my family compared it to a bat's a lot and I got interested. So I began checking books out of the school library to learn more. Anyway, I don't have tons in common with them besides wings and hanging upside down now, but they're totally cool. Izuku understood that. He himself had a small collection of books on moths and other insects. He'd even dedicated an entire notebook simply to heroes with insect-like quirks. He wondered if Kakin had books about bombs in his room. On second thought, that's probably not a good idea. I'm surrounded by nerds, Kakin groused. Izuku pointed his pen at him. You got 100% on your quiz today. You have to FING study if you want to go to UA. He argued, stealing Izuku's pen and stabbing him in the side. Too slow. You need better reflexes if you're going to be a hero. Language, Katsuki. Aunt Mitsuki called from the other room. Kakin pulled a mocking face and mouthed a few more swear words all while rolling his eyes. Izuku closed his notebook and swiped his pen back. And you need to stop stealing my stuff if you want to be a hero. Tsubasa snorted. Kakin had the dignity to look surprised. Dad was acting unusually happy today. Not that he wasn't happy normally, but this was an extensive amount. Izuku watched him across the dinner table almost suspiciously. Ever since he'd returned home from work, he'd been all smiles and twitchy energy as if he drank a big cup of his super strong coffee. Usually he'd change out of his work clothes and sit next to Izuku on the couch while he played video games, but tonight he'd rolled up his sleeves and helped prepare dinner. At least until he dropped chicken on the floor and Mom had to kick him out. Mom seemed to be having the same kind of thoughts. Izuku didn't hear her directly ask, but she had shot Dad plenty of questioning looks that never seemed to quite register for him. They said their thanks for the meal and dished. I have exciting news, Dad announced, his face barely able to contain his grin. I was promoted today. Mom paused, rice halfway to her mouth. The beat? Her chopsticks were abandoned in favor of throwing her arms around him. Hisashi, that's amazing. He returned her hug. Izuku didn't have the same kind of enthusiasm as his parents, but promotions usually meant more money and Mom stressing less about budgets and bills, so that was good. He ate a bite of chicken. If he ate quickly, then maybe he'd get to play video games after dinner. Dad wasn't finished though. After he and Mom stopped hugging, he pulled back and continued, "It does come with some strings attached." "Strings?" Mom echoed. "They want us, well me, to move overseas to America for work." The entire atmosphere suddenly switched. Mom was more subdued now, but Izuku was ecstatic. America. He'd always dreamed of visiting the country All Might had lived in for several years following his graduation from UA. It was where he'd first made his debut as a fully fledged hero. Izuku had a whole list of cities and states he wanted to visit. America was also where the world's first hero system began, and the same one Japan's was modeled after. "Hisashi, maybe we should talk about this after dinner?" Izuku would love it. He's already got a good grasp on English, and he'll only become more fluent with immersion. And he's got the right kind of spunk to fit in with Americans. It'll be great. We could take road trips across the country. Visit every state. It'll be a blast. Dad was getting more energetic, Izuku following right along. Mom looked pained. "Calm down. Moving out of the country is a big decision. I really wish you had told me this in private." That last sentence was quieter, but Izuku clearly caught it. Izuku paused. "Wait, America is pretty cool, but it's also really far away from Japan. What about Tsubasa and Kaken?" In his initial excitement, he'd forgotten all about his friends. He definitely wouldn't be able to see them again. At least, not in person. Izuku's stomach dropped. How was he going to make friends with complete strangers in a foreign country anyway? "What about my friends?" he asked. Dad hesitated. "Well, you can always make new ones. There's even some great hero schools. It's not you, but..." Izuku stopped listening. Dad's answer firmly cemented his decision to not go. He still would love to go to America. But on his terms. He didn't want to leave his friends behind or his dream school. UA was where All Might went, and he was going to go there too. Mom stood up from the table. "This isn't a conversation for the dinner table. Hisashi. Bedroom. Now." He made as if to argue, then seemed to think better of it and pushed back from the table and left the room. "Eat your dinner, Izuku. We just need to have a little chat. You can play your game after dinner if you'd like." She pressed her lips into a thin line and sighed, staring at her barely touched food. "Don't worry. Things will work out." She left, and Izuku sat alone with 3 barely touched plates and the clock on the wall to keep him company. Mom's words did little to soothe his worries. Mom and Dad didn't emerge from their bedroom for nearly an hour. In that time, Izuku ate his dinner, wiped off the table, turned on his game, turned it back off, stewed in anxiety, and considered eavesdropping. When they finally came out, Mom's eyes were puffy and the tense atmosphere was so thick that not even the sharpest katana could slice through it. They microwaved their cold dinners and ate in silence. Uncomfortable, Izuku swiped the house phone off the hook and shut himself in his room. The number for the Bakugus was saved into the phone directly, but Izuku also had it memorized as a secondary emergency number. He dialed it in himself. There was something soothing about the beep of each button, calming his anxieties. The dial tone rang for a few seconds, then there was a click as it picked up on the other end. "Hello, Bakugu residents." It was Uncle Masaru. Probably the only one in their household to answer the phone, answer anything calmly. "Hi. It's Izuku." "Oh hey kid. You want Katsuki, right? It'll just be a moment." There was some shuffling on the other end and muffled screaming before Kaken picked up. "What are you doing calling so dim and late on a school night?" he demanded. "I just needed to talk." Izuku curled onto his side on top of his sheets and spread his wings behind him. He tucked the phone under his head so he wouldn't have to hold onto it. "Dad got a promotion today. Fing big whoop. Now, what do you really want? You know I don't give 2 sheets about what your BSTRD old man does for a living." "Be nice, Kaken," he said, but the words fell flatter than his usual teasing tone. Izuku bit his lip. His boss wants him to move to America for his job. Big opportunities and stuff like that. Kaken was silent, but Izuku could hear him breathing on the other end. He continued. "Dad wants to bring the whole family. Mom didn't like him talking about it at the dinner table, so they went in their room and now I think they're mad at each other. At first I thought that living in America would be fun. All might live there for a while after all. But now I don't think I want to leave." I like it here. I like my house and my room and being friends with you and Tsubasa, and I don't want to leave that. The words poured out like a dam had broken. He realized that his breathing had started to get faster and his lip trembled, the closest he'll ever come to crying. He blinked and wondered what it would be like to have water come out of his insectoid eyes. If you don't want to go, then they can't make you. Kaken said. Izuku made a small noise of disagreement. Pretty sure they can. If you don't want to leave, then you're not going to. Kaken repeated, more insistent. Grown-ups are shit and think just because we're kids we shouldn't have a say in things, but that's utter bullshit. If your BSTRD dad even thinks about trying to move you, I'll blast him to hell and back. He giggled. The image of Kaken squaring up against one sassy Midoriya Hisashi was a bit funny. It was like pitting an angry Pomeranian against a cat that couldn't care less. Thanks. You're a good friend. I'm the best FNG friend you'll ever have. Even above Tsubasa, that dumb nerd. Anyway, even if your dad does move away, you could live with us. We have a shit ton of room. Izuku imagined living with the Bakugis. It'd be noisy with Kaken and Auntie yelling at each other constantly. He might lose his hearing. How Uncle ever found peace was beyond him. Or, perhaps, Izuku mused, he could just hide in Kaken's closet by his nice sweaters and become an actual moth. What would I do without you? He asked nobody in particular. Probably FNG die. Kaken deemed him with an answer. I'm going to bed. Good FNG night. There was a click and Kaken hung up. Your dad and I came to an agreement last night, Mom told him over Saturday's breakfast. It had been a tense couple of days and everyone had been tiptoeing around each other to avoid any outbursts. Izuku looked up from his stack of pancakes. Are we moving? Dread churned in his gut at the idea. Mom paused. Well, yes, but not to America. He didn't hide his sigh of relief. We've been looking into some apartments nearby and we found one that's still close enough to Aldera so you can continue to attend. Why an apartment? She fidgeted. Dad will have his own place in America, and there won't be enough money for him to pay for an apartment there and a house here. It'll be a downsize, but it'll be just the two of us. She smiled. We can make it work. It'll only be for a year. Izuku nodded. That was reasonable. Only a year. Soon after, the packing started in earnest. Mom became a frenzied cleaning machine and day by day, Izuku would return home from school to find more bare walls and packed boxes. It had become common to smell fresh paint and plaster in different areas as Mom prepared the house for the next owners. Summer break marked moving day. They dropped Dad off at the airport, then drive to their new apartment. Standing in a completely empty house, the reality of moving finally set in. There was the kitchen wall where Mom tracked the growth of his height and wingspan, now freshly painted over. There was no evidence of the crack in Izuku's bedroom having ever existed. He had liked to trace it when he couldn't fall asleep. The burnt spot in the carpet where Kaken, age 6, used his quirk out of frustration after losing a game of Go Fish was repaired. All the little things that had made the house theirs, gone, erased, only existed in memory. A new family would move in and scuff the paint on the walls or track mud in from the backyard. Jump hard enough on the beds that the floors would shake and find their own cracks in the walls. Izuku felt very, very hollow. Mom rested a hand on his shoulder. Are you ready to go? Breathe in, breathe out. Yeah. For the last time, he put his shoes on in the entryway and walked out their green-painted front door. Their new home was located in the second of 4 identical apartment buildings. Some apartment complexes boasted a large grassy area that the collective inhabitants of all the buildings could claim as their backyard. Izuku had been hoping for that so he could have lots of space for flying. He did not get his wish. The owners seemed to be stingy as far as extra perks. The buildings were made of concrete, unlavish, and the only thing that differentiated between them were the large numbers on their sides. Each apartment had a small balcony facing outwards. Mom had brought a few potted flowers she'd been trying to tend to. She'd probably put them on the balcony. Despite green quite literally being part of their family name, none of them had any green thumbs, and Izuku had a feeling that not even a change in scenery will help those poor flowers grow any better. Izuku grabbed one of their last-minute boxes from the back of the car. Well, as long as they'd have a roof over their head and an okay rent. The two of them juggled an armful of things each up the 3 flights to their apartment. Mom almost dropped everything while inserting the key, but luckily they made it safely inside with no mishaps. Izuku set his own boxes on the counter and Mom flicked on the light. Bare white walls. Pre-moved furniture covered in plastic. Boxes upon boxes of things to unpack. There's a few hours until dinner, Mom said, setting down her purse on the counter next to the door. You should probably start unpacking. Your room is the first one on the left. He nodded and shuffled into the hallway and found his room. All his boxes were nearly stacked in the corner. His bed and desk were already in place. Time to get to work. By the time Mom called him in for dinner, the two of them had made some serious headway in their separate areas. It's just instant ramen tonight, but tomorrow I'll make katsudon to make up for it, Mom promised. I haven't gotten around to putting all the dishes away yet. Izuku didn't mind. He hadn't even gotten around to putting his clothes away yet. Izuku was slurping up the last of his noodles when there was a knock at the door. Mom frowned. I wasn't expecting anyone, she murmured, already moving to open it. When the door swung open, a tall, blonde woman smiled at the both of them. In her hands she held a plate of what looked like cookies. Behind her, a boy about Izuku's age stood awkwardly. Both of them shared the same kind of tail mutation. Hello, she greeted. We're your next-door neighbors. She pointed to her left to indicate which neighbor. I heard you were moving in today, so I brought over a treat. I hope you're not allergic to anything. She held the plate out for Mom. She accepted it. Oh, thank you. I'd invite you in but... She glanced at their half-unpacked mess. Their neighbor laughed, waving a hand. No problem. I just came over to introduce myself. Oh, I need to do that. I'm Ojiro Keiko and this is my son Mashireo. The boy awkwardly raised his hand in a wave. He had been staring at Izuku since Mom opened the door but quickly looked away when Izuku turned his head to look at him. I'm Midoriya Inko and this is Izuku. It's good to meet you. Perhaps soon you can come over and we can get to know you more. I'll look forward to it, Mrs. Ojiro replied. All right, we'll get out of your hair now. Have a good night. Mom shut the door. What nice people. Izuku, her son seems to be about your age. Maybe you can be friends. Yeah, maybe. He missed Kaken and Tsubasa. Tsubasa's turn to seek. The Midoriyas had finished moving in, so as a reward, Mom let Izuku have Kaken and Tsubasa over. The 3 boys grew tired of the small apartment space, so they took their playing outside and around the 4 apartment buildings. Tsubasa sighed and leaned against the wall to begin counting. 1, 2, 3. Izuku grinned. With Tsubasa as seeker, he wouldn't limit himself to the ground. He ran and took off, flying past Kaken who growled. There weren't a lot of hiding spaces on the ground, so it was practically guaranteed he'd be found first. Izuku grinned at him and pulled upwards. He was going to hide in his apartment's balcony. He paused. Was it the second or third one on the left? 19. Tsubasa was nearing the end of the count. No time to waste, he dropped into the third one and crouched down only to make direct eye contact with his neighbor Ojiro. Ready or not, here I come. Well, too late to move now. Ojiro moved from the table where he'd been sitting and padded over to the balcony door and slid it open. Can I help you? Izuku put a finger to his lips and waved him down. Ojiro continued to stand there and stare at him. He was going to give his hiding spot away. Impatient, Izuku reached out, grabbed his arm and pulled him to the ground. We're playing hide and seek, he said by way of explanation. If I'm lucky, Kaken didn't see which balcony I'm on and it'll be a while before I'm found. Who's Kaken? He's one of my best friends. You should meet him. In fact, you should come play with us. Do you like hide and seek? Ojiro hesitated. Hide and seek is funner with more players, Izuku added. And maybe we can even play Foursquare. He nodded and Izuku beamed, his antennae twitching. Tsubasa's coming. Duck down. They flattened themselves against the balcony wall and made themselves as small as possible, but it did little to help. Tsubasa still landed next to them, wings stirring the air around them. Found you. Right where Katsuki said you'd be. Izuku didn't groan like he usually did when he was found. He popped right to his feet. "Tsubasa, this is Ojiro, he's my neighbor and he's going to come play with us." Tsubasa waved, "Hi." Then he turned to Izuku, "I think we should switch games, Katsuki's getting angry." They leaned over the balcony. Down on the ground Kaken was pacing furiously. When he noticed all three of them staring at him, a couple of small explosions popped off his palms. "What are you staring at, fuckwits? Hurry up." "1 second, Kaken, I'm going to get my ball for 4 square, Izuku called back. "Then hurry the F up." "Is he always like that?" Ojiro asked, a bit of a nervous sweat forming. "You get used to it. I promise his bark is worse than his bite." Ojiro did not look convinced. Izuku fluttered onto the balcony wall, then did a short hop to his own balcony. "I'll get my ball and be right back," he called over. "Are you still coming, Ojiro?" As if suddenly remembering he was supposed to be joining them, Ojiro started. "1 minute, I'll get my shoes," he said, then slipped back into his apartment. Izuku fetched his ball from his room and took it back out to the balcony. "Bombs away!" he yelled right before dropping it. It hit the cement with a very loud ka-thunk and bounced as high as the 2nd floor. Impressive. Tsubasa caught it while Izuku floated to the ground. A minute later, Ojiro joined them and they all did a round of introductions before starting. Kaken claimed the number 1 square and everyone else filed into the others. Ojiro was actually quite good at the game. He had sharp reflexes and would hit the ball into unexpected areas. It wasn't long before he loosened up as well, laughing just as readily as everyone else when the ball bounced too hard out of bounds or it nearly hit someone in the face. At the end of the day, when Kaken and Tsubasa left, Izuku and Ojiro walked back to their apartments together. "See you tomorrow?" Ojiro nodded, a little smile on his face. "Yeah, tomorrow." Izuku and Ojiro hung out nearly every day of summer break. Sometimes they'd escape the heat by staying inside and playing Smash. When Tsubasa and Kaken came over, Ojiro would join them to play. Other days Ojiro would show Izuku around the neighborhood. It wasn't too far from where Izuku used to live, but the surrounding area was still fairly unknown. Izuku learned that Ojiro's 2 big passions were martial arts and heroics. Izuku nearly vibrated out of his seat to hear the latter. He could already imagine the 4 of them, yes, he included Ojiro in their group, going to UA together and becoming heroes. Ojiro's first interest did catch Izuku's attention as well. It wasn't long before he started thinking about it as well. "I need to learn how to fight," Izuku told Ojiro one afternoon during a game of Smash. "If I want to be a hero, maybe I should do martial arts like you." He didn't miss the way Ojiro's eyes lit up at the idea. "My mom teaches classes. She's the one who's teaching me anyway. I'll talk to her about it." Indeed, Mrs. Ojiro wasted no time in convincing Mom to enroll Izuku in her martial art classes starting the next semester. Additionally, Ojiro was willing to help train and practice on the side. "Perhaps I should invite Kaken and Tsubasa too." Ojiro shrugged. "The more the merrier." Kaken accepted immediately, if not solely because Ojiro promised he'd teach him how to break people's arms. "You aren't allowed to use this unless it's in self-defense," Ojiro said. "Yeah. Show me where to stomp to snap someone's tendon already." "Bakugo." He rolled his eyes. "Fine. I promise." Satisfied, Ojiro proceeded to beat the sheet out of him. Izuku and Tsubasa stood on the sidelines and watched. At one point Tsubasa leaned over, "Remind me not to get on his bad side." Ojiro slammed Kaken hard enough on the ground, they could hear the air rush out of him. They winced. "I'm starting to regret my decision." Kaken let off an explosion at Ojiro's face. It wasn't a particularly big one, but it was enough to force him backwards if he didn't want to get burned. It also left Ojiro with an ashy sunburst across his face and half-gone eyebrows. Kaken cackled and Ojiro tripped him with his tail. "You can call me Izuku if you want," Izuku offered casually. "You don't have to be formal and say Midoriya." Ojiro looked up from his DS. It was another hot day and being bored of Smash, they turned to playing Pokemon. "Are you sure?" Izuku nodded. "We all call each other by our given names, so it's kinda weird that you're being left out, you know? I'm sure Tsubasa and Kaken would be okay with it too if you ask them. Thank you, Mito Izuku. He shook his head. I'll probably be doing that a lot. You might as well use my given name as well, Mashireo. I should give you a nickname. I have one for Kaken and I tried to just call Tsubasa, Basa, but it never stuck. Let's see. Mashireo. Mashed potatoes. He threw a pillow at Izuku, knocking him off the bed. I won't hesitate to judo flip you. Alright, I'll just stick with mash. Mashed potatoes could be your code name. Mashireo tossed his DS onto the bed and swiped the pillow off the floor. That's it. Izuku squeaked and stumbled to his feet. Oh! He ran into the hallway, Mashireo hot on his heels. Get back here, Midoriya. Izuku, he reminded, laughing. Izuku hitched his backpack up onto his shoulders. Next to him Mashireo was already ready. Mom handed him his bento and gave him a quick hug. Have a good day at school. Are you sure you know the way? Yes, Mom. It's the same route I used to have but with an extra half-kilometer before it. I'll walk with Mash for the first bit then meet up with Kaken and Tsubasa for the rest. Mom adjusted his uniform. Alright then. Be safe and make sure you get there on time. Will do. He nodded at Mashireo and together they left the apartment and descended the 3 flights to the bottom. Too bad you aren't coming to my school, Mashireo sighed. It's smaller but it's closer. And you'd like the history teacher. He's got a beetle quirk. Izuku hummed. That is pretty cool. But it's fine. Walking is good exercise and besides, changing schools is so much work. He grinned, for the grown-ups. They arrived at the end of the block where their paths split. Well, I'll see you later, Mash said awkwardly. Say hi to Katsuki and Tsubasa for me. Izuku nodded. We can work on homework together after school and I still need to beat you at Smash. It's a plan then. They each glanced back once more then walked their separate ways. As third years, it's time to start thinking about your future, their teacher drawled, holding a stack of future career aspirations. However, I know you're all applying for the hero course. He finished exuberantly, throwing the papers in the air to a round of cheering and blatant quirk use. Izuku sat quietly behind Kaken, neither of them moving. Kaken wasn't concerned with the hero prospects of anyone besides his own, and while Izuku would normally be hardly able to contain his excitement, Tsubasa's sudden move before the start of the new school year left him feeling fairly subdued. The teacher yelled at the class to calm down. And once everyone was settled, class officially began. And so, a rather lackluster start to their last year of middle school. The school day passed in a flurry of entrance ceremonies and syllabi. Far too many speeches from teachers about how much they needed to make this year count or high school would be nothing more than an unattainable dream. It was enough to petrify the calmest of souls with anxiety. Thankfully, all things must come to an end, and so did the school day. The bell hadn't stopped ringing when Kaken had risen from his seat and stood next to Izuku's desk. Hurry up. 1 second. I'm checking the chat. He scrolled past their conversation from that morning. I crave lamp. Good morning. Have a good day at school. When in doubt, C4. Don't tell me what to do. Meta Knight. Right back at ya eyes. Katsuki, you sound so happy today. Wake up on the right side of the bed for once? When in doubt, C4. I'll break your FNG kneecaps. Monkey business. Thanks, Izuku. I hope you have a good day too. At Meta Knight, why must you rile Katsuki up? It's barely 8 a.m. At when in doubt, C4. I'm not teaching you how to break bones anymore. My class is starting. Talk to you later. I crave lamp. Kaken. Cancelled. Break your own bones, not others. Bamesh. Meta Knight. I second Aizu. I gotta go too. Time to die. Farewell. After that there were 10 new messages from Tsubasa from various points in the day. This school is too big. I got lost 7913959373912 times. It's also far too clean. The walls are white and blinding. Is this what you see before you die? Please. Give me Aldra's trash hallways and garbage teachers, I am begging. At least there are no missing ceiling tiles. Actually I missed that. Does Mr. Tanaka still keep a picture of Endeavor in the ceiling? First time I saw it I nearly had a heart attack. Good times. Izuku couldn't help but snort at that last bit. He'd also had the unique experience of seeing his life flash in front of his eyes when spotting Endeavor in the ceiling. Mr. Tanaka meant no harm with his prank, but he'd also somehow chosen the most ferocious picture of the flame hero you could find online. Well, Kaken snapped. Izuku could see he was impatient to go home. Probably wanted to get a head start on homework and other projects so he could keep his straight A status. I'm coming. He pocketed his phone and scooped his notebooks into his bag. They walked their usual route home. Kaken was quiet. It wasn't the same without Tsubasa here to tease him alongside Izuku, or for the two of them to fly sprints across the rooftops while Kaken yelled at them. His explosions had finally become strong enough that he could propel himself into the air, but he didn't have the same degree of midair control that they did. Izuku's antennae twitched at the memory. The silence was too heavy. He cleared his throat, the noise a bit too loud. Kaken glanced at him. He swallowed. This is our last year before Yueha? Kaken grunted. So much for small talk. How are you preparing? That was the big question, wasn't it? Sure, they'd practiced their quirks and fine-tuned different aspects of them, but they'd never completely thrown themselves into hardcore training. Kaken was more than ready for this, however. I'm going to the Quirk gym more times a week. I'm working on making bigger explosions. Bigger doesn't always mean better. Regulate the size so you can have an equally powerful explosion in a smaller area. Like, compress it to make a beam or a small burst. A smaller explosion would also work great as a stun grenade or make a smoke screen to surprise enemies. Kaken paused. Not bad, nerd. Izuku smiled. I'm still training with MASH, if you want to join. I'll probably even earn my next belt this year too. Yeah, I'll be there. They paused on the corner where their paths split. How about you? Kaken finally asked. Just normal stuff, you know. Flying and sparring with MASH. I do have an idea I'm working on, but I'm going to drop it by Mom before I really start it. Yeah? What kind of training is it? Izuku winked. It involves a really trashy beach. Kaken stared at him for a very long moment as if he couldn't decide whether to scream or hit him on the head. Or maybe both. What are you, some kind of cockroach now? No, but did you know cockroaches can survive for up to a week without their heads? This time Kaken didn't hesitate to give him a good smack upside the head. Dagoba Municipal Park. Beach sounded like a nice location. A place parents would take their kids on hot summer days and where surfers and beach joggers would congregate. However, it was more colloquially known as Trash Beach. Not the most clever name, but it got the point across. Izuku had heard about the beach's prime from Mom and Mrs. Ojiro. They spoke fondly of visiting it in their youth and enjoying the warm waves and white sand. Even MASH had half-buried memories of swimming there, and Mrs. Ojiro had the embarrassing pictures to prove it. The current state of it was far removed from the golden memories their parents had. More akin to a junkyard jungle, it was nearly impossible to see the sparkling sand underneath and would take several minutes of careful squeezing between precarious stacks to see the blue waves. It was a major eyesore for the neighborhood and it stank. That last part only bothered Izuku though. For most people, the smell would only be noticeable if they were passing right next by. Thanks to his antennae, Izuku could smell it from a kilometer away, and on days when the wind blew in from the shore, he swore he could feel his antennae shrivel up from the bad odor. So he decided to kill 2 or 3 birds with one stone. I've decided to invest some time in community service. He told Mom over dinner. It'll be good exercise and will help the community. Besides, All Might has always said that the root of heroism began with service. Mom nodded in agreement. I think that's a wonderful idea. Will you even have time for it though? Between schoolwork and training with Mashireo, you're already pretty busy. Don't worry, I'll have enough time. By the way, do you happen to have any heavy-duty gloves? Yes. They're in my closet. But Izuku? He paused, turning back to face her. Yeah. Where exactly are you doing this community service? Trash Beach? She pinned him to the floor with just her gaze. She told him years ago she didn't want him playing down there. She didn't need to tell him. The smell was enough to keep him away. A tense moment passed before she sighed. Promise me you'll at least wear sturdy shoes. There's lots of broken glass and rusty parts you could step on. Izuku shot her a thumbs up. Her trust in his idea spoke volumes. I got it covered. Mash is helping me out too, so it's not like I'll be alone. She hummed. Alright, as long as you two are being safe. And keep your phones on you in case there's an emergency. The next afternoon, him and Mash walked down to the beach to assess it. The more they stared at it, the more daunting their project was looking to be. I don't know, Izuku. Do you really think we can clear all this before the entrance exam? Mash looked a little uncertain. If you want to build muscle mass, you could just lift weights instead. Izuku shook his head. This is for the whole community. Don't you think people would love to visit the beach again? Sometimes it just takes one person to spark change. He stepped closer to one of the stacks, his stomach rolling from the disgusting stench. We'll start with the smaller objects and move up from there. We could probably even get Kaken to come and blast some bigger items into smaller pieces. He'd enjoy letting off some steam at least. I still don't think we'll clear it all in time, but it doesn't hurt to try. Izuku grinned. That's the spirit. I'll even make you a bet. If we clear the beach, I'll buy you a month's worth of your favorite soda. Mash squinted at him. Aren't bets supposed to work the other way? Like, I owe you something if you win. Not this time. I'm giving you proper incentive to help. Mash groaned. Why are you like this? I have no idea what you mean. The pair fell into a regular pattern over the next few days. After they both returned home from school, they'd walk down to the beach and clear it for a few hours, go home for dinner, eat, spar for a while, then finally do homework late into the night. Rinse and repeat. Kaken passed on beach cleaning duty, finding it beneath him, but eagerly volunteered to blast apart larger pieces of trash. Izuku would take what he could get. As they soon discovered, cleaning was actually much harder than they initially thought. The constant back and forth across the sand as they sorted trash into more manageable piles to take to recycling or an official landfill worked up a quick sweat, and they started to take extra water bottles to avoid dehydrating. Izuku didn't always walk across the sand. Seeing a prime opportunity to practice flying, he'd hover just above the ground as he picked through trash, took it to its designated pile, and went back for more. A few years back, out of sheer curiosity, he timed how long he could hover in the air continuously before tiring. The results were embarrassing to say the least, but not completely unexpected. As a civilian, he wasn't supposed to use his quirk in public, although that never completely stopped him. For the most part, when he flew, it was short, fast dashes a few meters at a time. Not long, sustained flights that would be expected of a patrolling hero. So the plan was to strengthen his flight muscles by slowly increasing his sustained flights and be able to carry more and more heavy objects. Simple, really. He managed to herd Mash into a selfie to post on the group chat. It was mostly for Tsubasa, so he didn't feel out of the loop, but maybe Kaken would like it too. Meta Knight. Confused face, that is one disgusting beach. Like, I know you said it was gross, but that is on a whole other level. WTF. When in doubt, C4. You better not come to school smelling like trash or I'll kill you. Monkey business. Did you forget to turn off caps lock again? When in doubt, C4 has changed Monkey Business's name to Mashed Potatoes. Mash glanced up from his own phone and leveled Izuku with an incredibly flat gaze. Unlike Kaken, he didn't even have to get angry to make Izuku sweat bullets in fear. He could already feel the bruises forming from the future but kicking he'd definitely receive during their sparring later that night. Mashed Potatoes has changed when in doubt. C4's name to Boom Boom Boy. Mashed Potatoes has changed I Crave Lamp's name to Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. It was Izuku's turn to give Mash a flat look. Meta Knight. Love the new names, guys. Glad I'm not a part of this party. Boom Boom Boy has changed Meta Knight's name to Blood Drinker. Boom Boom Boy. Now shut up, I'm trying to do homework. Blood Drinker. I just had to open my stupid mouth, didn't I? Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Love the name. Mashed Potatoes. I know where your spare key is. I can break into your apartment and smother you in your sleep. Now change my name. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Surprised face. Right away. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes has changed Mashed Potatoes' name to Kung Fu Fighting. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Please don't kill me. Kung Fu fighting. Not yet. Moth jail for moth crimes. Yet? Why haven't you changed my name? Kung Fu fighting. You deserve to be in jail for a little longer. Maybe if you're good I'll let you on parole. Moth jail for moth crimes. Sad face. It was barely 2 weeks into the school year and Izuku already had an essay to write. He tapped his pencil to the rhythm of his music and tried to think of how to start. Beginning sentences were always so hard to think of, but he needed it to be able to write anything else. A text notification interrupted his music. He picked up his phone. For barely doing any work, he needed a distraction. Found. Hero 2 Blink, How to Be a Moth. Found you another moth meme. Izuku clicked on it and watched the short clip. He laughed and sent a text back. Lamp addiction. I'll add it to the file. Thanks. How's it been? Batman is typing, appeared then disappeared a few times. Izuku turned back to his homework for a moment, finally thinking of an opening line. His notifications dinged and he opened the chat again. So the whole point of moving was so that we can see Gramps more, but even now we barely see him. He's always working at the hospital or doing other projects. It's kinda dumb, really. It'd make more sense if he was retired and lonely, but really it's like he's ignoring us. Lamp addiction. I'm not going to complain though. This is probably rude to say, but I like Mom's side of the family better. At least I have cousins on that side. Lamp addiction. That's understandable. Somehow I became the only kid in the world with no aunts or uncles. Anyway, I don't want to be mean to Gramps. It's just that he's never quite there when you talk to him. Unless it's about quirks. You two would probably get along swimmingly. Doing the whole analyzing quirks thing. Lamp addiction. He's a quirk specialist, right? Seems to be all he cares about most days. Straight face. Anyway, I don't want to cause family drama or anything, so I'm going to change the subject. I've been thinking about how you and Mashareo have been working out by cleaning that beach. We don't have a gross beach I can clean up, but I'm looking into weight training. Maybe lift weights and fly like you're doing. What do you think? Lamp addiction. I think it's a great idea. Tell me how it goes. Izuku stared at the very small dent the two of them had made into their beach project. A month had already passed and Izuku's initial predictions for clearing the sand was not shaping up the way he thought they would. I think we should invest more time into this. Like maybe a couple hours in the morning as well as after school. Mash sighed. What time should I set my alarm to? Summer vacation passed in a blur of beach cleaning. They'd cleared a big enough section that a window of sea could be seen and there was more than enough room on the sand for sparring. With no school, they switched to working all day with intermediate breaks to grab a treat from the nearby convenience store or to spar. Such as they were doing now. They'd cleared the sand and smoothed it down to form a makeshift sparring ring. They both had kicked off their shoes a few meters away and now circled each other warily in their ready stances. The sun was directly overhead, so neither of them could gain an advantage by maneuvering the other, so they were blinded. Izuku was the first to make a move. He jabbed forward, aiming at the soft flesh of Mash's stomach. It was easily blocked, but he'd expected that. It was just to feel him out. Mash spun, a powerful kick that Izuku barely avoided. He jumped back, wings fluttering to help give him distance and keep his balance. His feel slid precariously close to the boundary line they'd drawn, smudging it a little. Then he leapt forward, wings thrumming to increase his momentum. Mash curled his tail in front of him to give himself additional protection, but Izuku was fast. His smaller hands struck at any open spots Mash happened to give him, constantly changing where he was hitting to keep him off balance. A particularly sharp punch to Mash's ribs made him grunt. His tail whipped out. Izuku was too slow to avoid it completely and the force of it pushed him backwards. Mash didn't wait for him to recover. The next second he was coming at Izuku with a flying kick. He rolled. Mash landed with a stumble. Izuku took his chance. With Mash off balance, he grabbed one of his legs in a tight hold then pulled it out from under him. He lifted off from the ground for good measure. He couldn't carry Mash's full weight while flying, but he could at least take part of it to really slam him hard. It was a good plan. It might even have worked. If it weren't for his darn tail. Mash caught himself on it, ruining Izuku's good takedown. Before he could remove himself and back up to rethink his strategy, their positions were reversed and he was the one being slammed onto the sand. I think that's another win for me, Mash told him, just a hint of smugness in his voice. He took great pride in still coming out on top most of the time. Sweet, Izuku wheezed. I'll get you next time. He shook his fist weakly. Mash laughed and extended a hand to help him back up. Once more then we'll get back to cleaning? Izuku took it. Sounds good. I'll beat you this time. He in fact did not. In early fall Izuku called in Kaken to destroy some of the larger pieces of trash. He couldn't believe that someone would just dump entire cars and refrigerators here instead of taking it to a second-hand parts store. At least that way they'd get a little money out of it. Well, he just needed them easier to move. Kaken swept a critical eye over the half they'd managed to clear. The only things marring the sand were those few large objects him and Mash couldn't move. Not bad, he grunted. He slipped off his jacket. Where do I start? Doesn't matter, Mash told him. Just leave the stacks alone, we're still working on those. He nodded once, sharply, then stalked towards a nearby abandoned car like a tiger hunting prey. Izuku pulled out his phone. Mash glanced at him. What are you doing? Filming. He hit the record button right before Kaken screamed, "Die!" and let off a blast big enough that the heat shockwave blew their hair back. I don't think there's gonna be any car left when he's done, he said. Tsubasa's gonna love this. Mash rolled his eyes and dragged him a few steps backwards so he was out of the blast zone. Budrush. Okay, so I was talking to Gramps today and mentioned I wanted to be a hero. And that I've been working out and stuff for UA's entrance exam. Searching for a light snack. What did he say? Budrush. He's hella interested in helping me out. Like this is the first time I've had a full conversation with him about anything. So he says he wants to help me train and strengthen my wings, which is awesome. Searching for a light snack. That's great. That's nice to have a Quirk specialist helping you out personally. By the way, are you still going to those martial art classes? Mash wants to know. Budrush. On Tuesdays and Thursdays. Noon there is on the same level as him, but now I can actually win some spars. Gramps comes with me to the Quirk gym during the rest of the week. 1cc I have a pick. Searching for a light snack. Mash will definitely be happy to hear that. Let me see the pic. Budrush. In the forefront is Tsubasa smiling, his iconic red wings spread behind him. In the background stands a short, old man. He has a bushy mustache and wears round glasses. He is smiling faintly. Searching for a light snack. He looks nice, smiley face, glad you can bond with him. Maybe you'll find stuff in common. Budrush. I hope so too. Anyways, I have homework so I gotta go. Searching for a light snack. Winter had always been Izuku's least favorite season. Actually, scratch that. It was his most hated season. But this year brought on an even more consuming sense of urgency for him. With every day that passed, he could feel himself slipping behind. The weeks of disuse that winter brought made his flights shaky. For the first few weeks it was warm enough to fly. Like he had to relearn riding a bike. And visiting Quirk gyms weekly did little to stave off that weakness. While all of his friends were steadily honing their quirks, he had once again been grounded. He'd been making significant progress with his flying strength, but could feel that progress unraveling as his wings were forced to be sedentary. His only consolement was that he was still building up muscle. He couldn't help the twinge of jealousy when he saw Mash use his tail to beat some discarded pieces of metal into something easier to carry. Tsubasa told him about a new speed record he'd made at the gym, or Kaken demonstrated the size and speed he can make explosions. Izuku put on a smile for his friends, but anxiety was starting to break him down. UA's entrance exam hung right on the edge between winter and spring, when it was equally likely that it would be too cold to fly or just barely warm enough. He couldn't afford placing trust in the weather. Murphy's Law will screw him over if given the chance. It had been years since the last time he'd even attempted applying for a support device. He gave up hope after the third year in a row. Third time's the charm is a blatant lie. Please, he prayed, sending his application off in the mail. If I'm ever going to be accepted, this is the year for it to happen. The response came back the same day as the first snowfall of winter. Ironic. The universe laughed at him. It was a rejection. Fourth time's not the charm either, it seems. He allowed himself a minute to wallow in sadness, then time to move on. He had homework to do and a beach to clean. He turned to his calendar. Was it possible to squeeze in more hours at the Quirk gym and still do everything else? There wasn't enough room to practice at home. His wings were too big and Mom had banned it after he'd broken a vase when he was 7. He tapped his chin. He might be able to, if he only slept for 4 hours a night. Kaken and Mash might simultaneously kill him though. If Tsubasa didn't come through his phone screen and strangle him. He sighed and circled the week before the entrance exam. The snow needed to be mostly gone by then if he wanted his flying to be in the best shape he could get. He placed himself in fate's hands. Izuku and Mash stood on the shore of the previously known trash beach and watched the sun rise. Golden rays touched down on the azure waves and sparkling white sand. They'd both risen early that morning, determined to finish cleaning before the entrance exam. We did it, Mash breathed, face flushed both from the early morning chill and from running back and forth combing the sand for any more small pieces of trash. He'd learned his lesson after walking barefoot on a cleared-out stretch of sand and getting a shard of glass embedded in his foot. I didn't think it would be possible. But we actually cleaned it all off. Yep, Izuku replied. If anyone even thinks about dumping trash here again, I will personally set Kaken on them. It'd be good exercise for him, Mash nodded. They stood there for a moment longer, then Izuku startled. Oh, that reminds me. He jogged back to where they'd dumped their bags when they first arrived, lifting his suspiciously bulging bag. I believe I won my bet. Izuku, you didn't? I did. He appended the bag, sending dozens of root beer cans everywhere. Mash looked like he was going to have a slide. You could have just kept it in the bag. Oh, he looked down at the mess of cans on their just cleaned beach. They were probably horribly shaken up too. In hindsight, not the best idea. Mash facepalmed. Izuku and Mash met up with Kaken outside of UA's gates. Despite the early hours, there was already a flood of hopeful students pouring inside. As they walked up, Kaken's eyes flickered from watching those passing by to look at them. You made it, he grunted, breath steaming in the air. It was cold now, but by the time they took the practical part of the exam the sun should be at its zenith and the weather much warmer. Izuku was just glad winter didn't drag on this year or he really would have been in trouble. Changing the subject, he glanced around the plaza. No Tsubasa yet? I haven't heard anything from him in a few days. How about you guys? No. He better FNG hurry though. I'm not waiting for his late but to get here. Mash frowned at Kaken's language but also shook his head. I haven't heard from him either. He's probably been busy doing last-minute cramming like everyone else. I'll just send him a quick message. Just to see where he's at. Mothball. At Meta Knight, hey. We're at the front gates if you want to meet up before the exams start. Smiley face. Plus ultra. He slipped it back into his pocket. Let's just give him a few minutes. He does have to travel farther than us after all. They shuffled to the side where they wouldn't be in the way. Izuku watched intensely as more and more people passed by, his antennae twitching as they searched for any hints of Tsubasa's scent. He hadn't seen him in a year, but scents don't lie, and he was sure to recognize him that way. In other areas of the plaza, other friend groups were forming and heading inside. Next to him, Kaken was getting more impatient. He began curling his fingers into fists then stretching them out again, over and over. He was looking forward to the practical portion, excited at being allowed to release his explosions full force with no consequences. Mash was also getting impatient. Not to the same extent as Kaken, but he was shifting his feet and he leaned over Izuku's shoulder every time he checked his phone. Kaken growled. I'm not waiting around forever. Tell that asshat he needs to be more punctual when he gets here. I'm effing going inside. He stormed off, scattering a small group of fellow examinees like a flock of pigeons. Izuku checked his phone again. Still no response. Just their conversation a week ago about school. Both of them doing little to hide their excitement and anxiety over the entrance exam. Mash shuffled his feet. Izuku, I think we should head inside now. It's been 10 minutes now and we don't want to be late. He paused. Maybe he's already inside or we just missed him. There are a lot of people. Izuku was fairly certain he wouldn't miss Tsubasa passing by. He had his scent just as deeply ingrained and memorized as Kaken's or Mom's. Now wasn't the time to argue though. He was impatient to start his exams as well. Although he'd be willing to stand here as long as it took to greet his friend, his nerves still demanded he get inside quickly so he wouldn't be late. He slumped in defeat. Yeah, we'll catch him after the test. And remind him to charge his phone, he joked, following Mash inside. Regardless of what course students were applying for, everyone had to take a standard test that covered general subjects such as math, reading, writing, and science. They were sorted into a testing room based on their last names after leaving their bags and coats in temporary lockers. Izuku shot Mash a thumbs up when they were lucky enough to be in the same room. Kaken was in a different room. Too bad. He turned in his seat to wave. Mash was placed clear in the back row. He returned it, nervously. The minutes dragged on. Some began whispering quietly, just to pass the time. Right as the clock hit the hour, the test proctor entered, sending the room into a dramatic silence. Exam booklets were passed out and instructions given. You have 2 hours. Begin. The sound of 100 papers being turned in unison filled the room. Izuku didn't look at the clock while he worked. While most other examinees were working through their tests in order, he immediately flipped to the back of the math section. Start with the hardest problems on his worst subject, then the rest of the test will seem like a breeze. First question. For all real numbers, b and c such that the product of c and 3 is b, which of the following expressions represents the sum of c and n3 in terms of b? He could feel his brain trying to turn itself inside out to understand the logic. Nope, no time for diving into rabbit holes. He could spend the entire test on this one question alone if he tried to be too clever. Break it down and think about the parts separately, like puzzle pieces. But he circled E confidently. He could hear Kaken growling in his head. Took you long enough. I've already done 6 more problems by now. Math was Kaken's best subject. Izuku would just have to give him a run for his money. Time blurred. He flipped page after page, answer bubbles carefully darkened. He flipped through a final time, double and triple checking for any unmarked answers. Satisfied when there were none, he finally glanced up at the clock. He'd finished with 10 minutes to spare. While he sat and waited, he wondered how everyone else was doing. Kaken had definitely finished by now. He'd make a point to be the first to finish in his testing room, just to prove he was the best. Izuku would turn around to see how Mash was doing, but he didn't want to be accused of cheating. He'd find out soon enough. The proctor called 1 minute, sending a few examinees into overdrive as they desperately tried to at least have an answer marked for any remaining questions. Pencils down. Close your tests and leave them face up on the desk. They will be collected shortly. Prospective hero students, you will be going to Auditorium A, support course students. Izuku released a huge sigh of relief he hadn't known he'd been holding. He'd made it through the first half, but the worst was yet to come. It was time for the practical exam. Kaken had looked quite smug when they met up with him outside the testing room, so Izuku assumed he felt he did well. Mash looked like he wanted to turn into a puddle on the floor. I wish I had studied trig more, he groaned. And I'm no good at writing under a time crunch. I just hope it's enough to pass. Don't worry, you'll do great during the practicals. That's what they really look at anyway for the hero course. Izuku tried to cheer him up. You've been doing martial arts since you could walk. You wiped the floor with sparring. Mash gave him a very dubious look. It'll be just my luck if the test doesn't include fighting other people. By the way, what do you think it is? Izuku just shrugged. UA's hero entrance exam was notorious for being difficult and mysterious. The school did everything in its power to keep it under wraps, even if some of its measures seemed extreme. A common rumor is that of students being expelled for revealing details even to hero students from other schools. As long as I get to beat stuff up, I'm happy, Kaken said, smacking a fist into his palm. Izuku turned to Mash completely deadpan. Maybe fighting Kaken is the true exam. I heard that, he growled, attracting stares from many nearby students. Some edged away slightly. Izuku ignored him. He still hadn't seen Tsubasa at all today. He twitched his antennae, trying to catch his friend's scent. It was difficult to pick anything out. Several hundred examinees were all there at the same time. It was enough to give him a headache as he tried to sort through them all. Finally he just gave up. He'd have to rely on his eyes. Perhaps he'd spot him in the auditorium with the other hero examinees? There would still be a lot of people, but it'd be cut down to a fraction of the size it is now. They were shuffled into an auditorium and given a handout. Izuku had a big G on the corner of his. He glanced at Kaken's. Mash held up a D. Another sorting method? He asked. Seems like it, Izuku responded, taking a seat near the middle of the auditorium. Thankfully this time they were allowed to choose where to sit. The lights dimmed, and Present Mike stepped onto the stage. Hello listeners. How's everybody feeling? He was met with awkward silence. Izuku buzzed in his seat. He loved Mick's radio show. It was his main station to listen to and it was always top quality. Between the excellent track choices and Mick's natural enthusiasm and charisma, it was one of the most popular radio stations in the area. Kaken kicked his shoe under the table. Be quiet, he growled, and Izuku packaged his fanboy tendencies up for later. The wide smile didn't drop from Mick's face. Woof, tough crowd today. Not even that could get a chuckle out of anyone. Alright, never mind. I'll move on from the jokes. Look at those nifty handouts we gave you. A screen turned on behind him, showing the same visuals they had as he continued explaining. Here's the rundown. You're assigned to one of 7 of our battle centers A through G. They're all exactly the same, so don't go thinking that you're superior if you're in A and your friend is in F, alright? In your testing sites you will find 3 types of robots worth either 1, 2, or 3 points. Your job is to disable them using your quirks. For each one you do so successfully, you earn those points. Mash turned to him and mouthed robots very pointedly. Whoops, no sparring here apparently. Keep in mind though, as the points increase, so does the difficulty in overcoming these robots. 1-pointers are fast, but easily breakable, and 3-pointers are big, strong, and mean. A figure a few rows forward shot up. Excuse me. There appears to be a 4th kind of robot on the handout that you neglected to mention. If this is a misprint then it is quite shameful to UA's reputation. Cool it, listener. Sit down and I'll get to it. Once they sat again, Mike continued. Thank you for the concern, but it is not a misprint. This robot is worth 0 points and is thrown in there as an additional obstacle. It really won't be a big deal, so don't even worry about it. With all that said, you'll be taken to your assigned city by bus, so make sure you're going to the same one that's on your packet. Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra. The auditorium repeated. Yeah, that's the spirit. Get out there and break some robots. Izuku waited in line to board the bus assigned to Battleground G. The weather was pretty nice today. It was in that weird phase in between winter and spring when it was freezing cold in the mornings but warm in the afternoon. A chilly breeze pushed his antennae to the side. He vibrated his wings, more akin to a shiver. Not a horrible day for flying. The wind might mess with his range of smell though. He couldn't see Kaken or Mash from where he stood. Too many buses and lines of people blocked his view. He still hadn't seen Tsubasa, but he was sure he was there somewhere. He was pulled out of his thoughts when the line in front of him began to move as people climbed onto the bus. He sat in the first open seat and took some deep breaths to calm down. Someone sat down next to him. Oh, this test has got me feeling all anxious. How about you? Said an upbeat voice. Turned. Even with all the mutations that had become commonplace with the age of quirks, the girl still stuck out like a sore thumb. Bubblegum pink skin and hair, yellow horns on her head, albeit small ones, and golden orange irises burned from the depth of eyes with blackened sclera. She looked like something from an alien world. Immediately she gasped and leaned forward. Wow. I love your eyes. She tilted her head. Oh, they even reflect light. That's so cool. Izuku was rendered quite speechless. Besides Mom, no one had ever complimented him on his insectoid eyes, much less say they were cool. He was well aware of how they tended to make people uncomfortable. Oh sorry. That was a little forward, wasn't it? Here, let me start over. She leaned back into her own space and set her hands on her lap. I'm Ishido Mina, nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku, he responded automatically. You have nice eyes too? She beamed. Thanks. Thinking the conversation was over, Izuku turned away. Ishido started speaking again. Do you have anyone else in your school here for the test? I came with Kirishima, he's from my school, and I was hoping we would be at the same site. Just to support each other and stuff. But then they split up everyone from the same school up. She pouted a bit. It's probably to keep people from helping each other out. To prevent cheating. Ishido sighed. I know, but now I'm even more nervous than before. Izuku looked at her strangely. She didn't look nervous. She certainly didn't sound nervous. In fact, she was quite the chatterbox. As if understanding exactly what he was thinking, she grinned. Dude, my heart is about to burst out of my chest. My legs won't hold still. He glanced down. Earlier when she'd placed her hands on her lap, it wasn't to seem more respectable or polite, it was to keep her legs from shaking. I'm probably annoying you, she said, her grin fading and voice growing softer. But talking about something else helps, you know? Otherwise all I'll think about is how much my future depends on this test and how I'll screw it all up if I fail. Izuku thought about it for a moment then slid closer. I have friends in Site A and D right now. He silently wondered what site Tsubasa was in. My friend Kirishima's at Site D. Maybe he'll see your friend. He's got, black hair and his quirk is hardening. He's really into manly stuff. Says it all the time. It's like a meme now. Izuku nodded. My friend's Ojiro Mashireo, and his quirk is tail. He's blonde, kinda serious. He does martial arts. If Kiri was here, he'd be like, she clenched one of her fists to her chest and made her voice deeper. So manly. She released the pose. And then he'd want to do an arm wrestle contest or spar. Izuku laughed. He sounds like a fun guy. He really is. He's been kinda hard on himself lately, so I hope he does well. It would be awesome if we both could make it in. And even be in the same class. She poked at Izuku. You need to get into. Then we can be cool eye buddies. And we both even have head thingies. She pointed at her horns then Izuku's antennae. See? I have horns and you have fluffies. Her ridiculous name for his antennae made him laugh. The ridges on them did kinda make them look fluffy. Her enthusiasm was beginning to rub off on him. He completely relaxed for the first time that day, worries about the practical forgotten for the moment. He hoped they could be classmates as well. They chatted during the short bus ride to the mock city. Their talking seemed to help dissipate the silent tension of the other examinees and they began getting to know their neighbors as well. By the time they all stepped off the bus, the worst nerves seemed to be gone. Only for it to slam back in place upon seeing the entrance gate for the mock city. It loomed over them like an impenetrable wall, casting a shadow that covered them. It was cold in the shade and Izuku shivered, vibrating his wings in preparation for the start signal. Izuku exchanged glances with Ishido. Good luck. She flashed him a peace sign, hands shaking. Right back at you. A buzzer went off, making him jump. The gates swung open, revealing the wide, empty streets of a very realistic-looking city. Present Mick's voice echoed across the fake cities. What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Go. Izuku didn't need any more encouragement. He took off, flying over the rest of the pack to zip into the maze of streets first. He thought back to the instructions they'd been given. Present Mike said the 3 types of robots they'd be fighting would get harder to beat as the points went up. He was no Kakin or Mash. His quirk on surface level didn't seem great for offense. But he'd been training his whole body for the past year in preparation for this. He spotted a one-pointer. It crawled across the ground on its spindly legs, looking like some kind of weird insect. A red scope curved off its body, a single red lens scanning back and forth as it searched for prey. Izuku smiled, folding his wings and falling in a steep dive to smash his feet into its thin metal neck, making it buckle in half under his momentum. The red glow of its lenses faded. Sparks erupted from exposed wires and it gave a shudder as it toppled over. Izuku leaned with the momentum to spring off and into the air again, bringing back memories of doing a similar move on playgrounds in his youth. All in all, it had been surprisingly easy. But then again, it was only 1 point. He flew away, antennae twitching in search of his next target. The robots would be easy to find. They smelled very distinctly of metal and oil. He spotted another 1-pointer. Rise and repeat his motions from before, and now he had 2 points. Then he had a third. Smashing 1-pointers was fun and all, but he was starting to think he should look for bigger prey. Perhaps it helped that none of the robots looked up. In fact, people rarely did either. Izuku used that to his advantage in hide and seek. It also applied now. The name of the game was Speed and Stealth. He'd find a robot, circle around behind it, drop from the sky, and make quick work of it. 2- and 3-pointers were too tough to break with a single leg kick, but sometimes it was enough to dent their metal so he could slip his fingers inside and pull random wires until they stopped working. Izuku dived at a 3-pointer, hitting it squarely on the back of what could be called the head. It dented a little, but not enough to reach inside. He flew back up for another try, wincing at the ache in his legs. If this was going to become his fighting style, he might have to look into leg braces or shoes that could take the heavy recoil. Remember, kids, jumping onto metal at high speeds is bad for your bones, he thought sarcastically. He floated over the robot, trying to aim at the same spot again. It didn't seem to have even noticed the first hit, still rolling along like a war tank on a mission. He needed to drop right now. He dived, tensing his legs for the impact, wind whipping through his hair and antennae. Suddenly, vines erupted from underneath his target, retraining it and pulling it apart at the joints with a great screech and grinding of metal. Surprised, Izuku snapped his wings back out and pulled up into a hover. The vines retracted, returning to where they'd been extended from a girl's head in place of hair. She ignored him and ran off into another side alley. He just sighed and flew onto the nearest rooftop to reconvene. A couple blocks over he found 3 1-pointers. They had backed a female examinee against a wall and were now trying to break through a semi-clear shield that separated them. The girl glanced up and made eye contact with Izuku, her face full of fear. Izuku didn't hesitate. He dropped into another familiar dive, smashing the robot in the middle. Immediately, the other 2 turned, clunky arms outstretched. Izuku jumped back, wing flapping as he launched upwards for a second round. The 1-pointers scanned the area where he had been moments before. Could they even look up? He dived. He was less like a moth and more like a predatory hawk. As expected, the second one was destroyed just as easily, and now the third one was confused. It spun in circles, unable to look up to see the room heading towards it. Smash. All 3 destroyed, he landed on the pavement, making sure to continue vibrating his wings for a quick takeoff. The girl dropped her barrier and stepped over the first robot he'd destroyed. "Are you okay?" She nodded, wiping some tears from her cheeks. Thank you for saving me. I thought I wanted to be a hero, but I don't think it's for me anymore. This is too scary." She shivered. He could see this was something he couldn't convince her out of. A shame. Her quirk would have been great for a hero, creating shields to protect civilians or entrapping villains. Instead, he pointed off to his left. "I think the exit is that way if you want to leave. There shouldn't be too many robots 'cause they're looking for people deeper in." She nodded and started off in the direction he indicated, then paused and turned back. "Thanks again. Good luck." He watched her turn the corner, then opened his wings. It felt like he'd been destroying robots for hours, but it couldn't have been longer than 10 minutes. Right before he took off, the ground began to shake. Concerned, he took off again, just enough to land on the roof of the closest building. He clung to the roof while the building shook. Down below, an examinee ran by, eyes wide with fright. Izuku frowned and glanced in the direction they came from, more examinees pouring out of the maze of side alleys and streets to run away. Then he smelled it. Metal. Lots and lots of metal. An electric shock ran up his antennae. It was like 100 robots were coming his direction all at once. The ground trembled again and he saw it. The silhouette was instantly recognizable as the 0-pointer. "Really won't be a big deal," Present Mike had said. "Don't even worry about it," he said. Well, Izuku was looking at it and he could confirm that Mike was a straight-faced liar because it was big. Really, really big. The zero-pointer towered over the mock skyscrapers, 8 burning red lenses sweeping over the area for a poor kid to squish. Each step it took rattled the buildings and left huge dents in the concrete. Perhaps the real reason why UA was so tight-lipped about the exam was out of fear for what parents will do if they knew about this. Izuku could certainly imagine Mom, normally quite mild-mannered, bringing all the hell and fury she could muster straight down on the heads of UA's admin for child endangerment. In any case, all he had to do was avoid it. Just like Mike said, it was big, slow, and he could keep tabs on it through his sense of smell. His antennae twitched and wait. The zero-pointer had seen people run this way. Izuku could smell the majority of examinees off in the same direction the robot was moving. UA would have to shut it down, right? They would just let a bunch of kids get cornered by their death robot, right? The zero-pointer took another shuddering step forward. A huge metal claw gripped the side of a building and easily tore a chunk off. Concrete the size of cars fell to the earth. If someone had been standing there. Izuku shuddered at the thought. The point was, the robot wasn't going to stop, and if someone didn't step in, it could potentially injure someone. Izuku wished he knew how much longer the test would be. He'd been running on adrenaline since it began, and all concept of time had been thrown out the window. All right. Time to do something stupid, he supposed. He jumped off his perch and caught the air with eased practice. He flapped until he was right in front of the robot's face where it couldn't possibly miss him. Hey, you dimwit. You piece of metal sheet. He graciously borrowed from Kaken's vocabulary. The zero-pointer paused its stomping. Yay, you see me? How about you follow this? He ducked off in the only direction where there weren't any people. It turned its head to follow him, metal groaning as it did so. Yep, keep coming this way. The zero-pointer swiped at him, but it was easy enough to dodge. He landed on a building and whistled. This way. Finally, like an old dog learning a new trick, it turned its whole body and began to come in Izuku's direction. He jumped to the next building. It was still following, thankfully leaving a path of destruction where it wouldn't hurt people. Just to make sure he had truly managed to turn the robot around, Izuku flew off the building where he wasn't visible and circled around to a building behind it. The zero-pointer tore at a skyscraper as it continued to go after a non-existent Izuku. Satisfied, Izuku flew off. Maybe there was still time to get some points. In an observation room, most of the UA staff watched all this play out in confusion. So he just turned it around? Midnight asked. But what's the point of that? Eraserhead leaned against the wall at the back of the room. It was an interesting tactic to say the least. Far different than another examinee's, who practically went feral to destroy it using explosions. The principal, an odd conglomeration of mouse, bear, and dog, simply smiled and took a sip of his tea. It seems he noticed the potential danger his fellow testers would be in if that zero-pointer continued in that direction. Meaning? Mike dared to ask. The principal was more than happy to provide an answer. Most of the testers in Site G were congregated in a corner where they could have been easily trapped if this was a real event. He managed to defuse the situation without ever laying a finger on the robot. Quite impressive, I may add. I believe this should be worth a healthy amount of rescue points, don't you? Everyone was quick to agree. Eraserhead leaned forward, watching as the small figure startled when the buzzer went off, signaling the end of the exam. His antennae twitched and dark green wings folded back across his back. This year was sure to be interesting. Izuku was quickly cleared from receiving medical attention. At most, his legs might be sore from robot smashing, but he was given strict orders to seek medical attention if they continued to bother him for more than a few days. Now he could really go for a nap. He'd been up since early that morning, and the combined weight of 2 tests, each demanding physically or mentally, he felt like stretched out taffy. He'd gotten his stuff and decided to lean against UA's gates while he waited for Kaken and Mash. He checked his phone. There were lots of messages from Mom, just little reminders that she loved him and was proud. A promise to make Katsudon that night as a good job for all his hard work made him smile. He frowned. No messages from Tsubasa. His message from that morning hadn't even been read. Did he forget his phone today or something? Mothball. At Meta Night, hey, I hope your exam went well. I didn't see you at all. There were so many people, confused face. Kind of feel like dying now. My legs hurt from kicking robots. Did you do the dive bombing tactic too? Text me ASAP so we can talk. Oh, and tell your parents and grandpa hi from me. He closed the chat right as Kakin and Mashareo walked up. How'd it go? IFING destroyed the competition, nerd. Blasted that shitty zero-pointer to hell and back. Kakin cackled, like honest to God, threw his head back and cackled. If Izuku wasn't used to his antics by now, he would probably be a bit disturbed. Mash eyed Kakin like he was contemplating why they were friends in the first place. Behind him his tail drooped, not even enough energy to move. I think I did alright. I nearly got crushed by some debris while trying to help someone get away from a zero-pointer, but I think I got enough points to get in. We'll make it in. And then I can introduce you to Ashido. Who? Izuku grinned. My cool eyes buddy. Waiting for his exam results became a lesson in patience. He was constantly checking the mailbox for that long-wished-for acceptance letter. He wasn't the only one. He'd occasionally bump into Mash, also on his way to check his mailbox, and Kakin was blowing up the chat in angry caps lock complaining that UA couldn't process their results faster. Amongst all this, Tsubasa had been silent and Izuku was beginning to worry. His childhood friend didn't even respond when Kakin went on a rage and changed his chat handle to his most hated names and let loose a flurry of swearing so bad Izuku could taste soap. Mash, ever the only one manners, banned Kakin until he got his UA results in and subsequently calmed down. So it had been quiet for the past few days. Izuku stared at his private chat with Tsubasa, wondering if he should send another message or leave it be. Tsubasa had to be mad about something. There was no other explanation for his sudden radio silence. Izuku just wished he could figure out what it was so he could fix it. He sighed. He should leave Tsubasa alone for a day or two. Just give him some space. Right before he pressed the power button, a message came in. Kung Fu Fighting. Have you checked the mail yet? Mothball. Mom banned me from checking more than once a day. Kung Fu Fighting. Fair enough. You should go check it for real though. His heart hammered in his chest. Did that mean? A second later he slipped his shoes on and was running down the stairway to get to the community mailroom where their personal box resided. He nearly tripped on his untied laces a few times but he didn't care. His results were here. He paused to just hold his letter, excitement and dread swirling in his gut. This was it. Then he ran back up the 3 flights of stairs and through their apartment to open it in the privacy of his room. He tore the letter open. A small, thin disc slid out onto his desk and lit up, projecting All Might into his room. Wait, All Might? Hello, is this thing on? There was an indistinguishable voice off-screen. Oh, whoops. All Might turned to face the camera, his trademark grin beaming. Hello, young Midoriya Izuku. I am here with your exam results. On the written portion you got a whopping 95% correct. UA commends you on your hard work and diligence in your studies. Now to your practical. Izuku held his breath. During your 15-minute exam, you earned 28 villain points. Now, on its own, that wouldn't be enough to be accepted, but you were also being graded on heroic acts. A clip of him breaking the robots ganging up on the girl with the shield Quirk appeared. Here you helped a fellow examinee out of a tight spot, all while earning yourself points. And that's not all. Another clip replaced the first, this time showing Izuku turning the robot. You noticed the potential danger other testers may be in if the zero-pointer continued its rampage and diffused the situation quickly and calmly. Because of those actions, we will be awarding you a total of 50 rescue points. Congratulations, young Midoriya, your grand total is 78 points. UA is proud to accept you to the hero course. You earned it. He did one last beaming smile and a thumbs up before the video cut out. Izuku sat frozen for a long moment. He did it. He really did it. Mothball. At Meta Knight, did you get your results yet? I just got mine. I was accepted. 11. We should celebrate or SMT. I beat Kakin out by 1 point ha. He did get higher on the written though. Please dude. Text me back. I'm getting worried. Izuku's UA uniform, like all his clothes, was modified to accommodate his wings. Because they were big and difficult to bend, it wasn't as simple as leaving a hole in the back to slip them through. So, Design companies had to get creative. It worked like a button-up shirt. But in the back. First he'd slip his arms into the sleeves, raise his wings, careful that he doesn't bump into his table or bookshelves, and do the buttons above and below the slit for his wing base. Hooks and zippers were also very common. As if to create the illusion that he'd put the shirt on normally, Yue had the fabric sewn so it really looked like it was buttoned in the front. Izuku personally thought it was a bit silly. He had another dress shirt that didn't bother with adding such flourishes to appear normal. But it was a uniform, and they are meant to be uniform. The corresponding jacket was the same as his shirt. It appeared like it was the same as everyone else's in the front, but the small buttons in the back betrayed the whole illusion. Izuku sighed and put it on as well. Last was the tie. It ended up crooked and wouldn't lay flat. Well, Izuku, Mashireo's here. Mom called from the other room. I'm coming. He grabbed his yellow messenger bag and swung it over his shoulder. For the first time, Mash walked with Izuku to school. As far as Kaken's house to pick him up. Then they'd all take the train to UA. Izuku rang the doorbell. Inside, there was the usual screaming and cursing before the door flung open. Get off my back, hag. I can take care of my own sheet. Like hell I will. I'm your mother and I'm taking care of your butt until you're an adult. Good morning, boys. She finished sweetly, turning to them. The change in tone could give someone whiplash. Mash was fated to be its victim. This being his first time witnessing the peculiar train wreck that was the Bakugo family on school mornings. All he could do was nod, eyes darting between mother and son. Izuku waved, unbothered. Good morning, Auntie. You both look so nice in your uniforms. Here, Izuku, let me help you straighten that tie. Kaken was vibrating with anger. Seems Aunt Mitsuki still hadn't dropped fixing his hair and uniform before he left the house. Can we effing go already? He growled. Mind your manners, she snapped back. She smiled at Izuku and Mash. Look after him, won't you? Keep him from picking a fight on his first day. Yes, ma'am. Oh, good. Mash found his voice again. She patted them both on their shoulders, pulled Kaken's ear to yell at him to be nice or else, then went inside. Is it like this every morning? Mash asked, sweating a little. Izuku hummed, it's only this lively on the first day, then it tends to cool down. Stop standing there, assholes. We have a train to catch. We're coming, Kaken. Mash was rendered speechless for the second time that day by Kaken's quick transformation from a school prince to the borderline delinquent they knew and loved. Thanks to years of practice, he could do it in less time than it took to walk a block. Kaken shoved his tie into his backpack and ran a furious hand through his hair, returning it to its usual spiky state. Not even attending one of the most prestigious schools in Japan could deter him from doing what he wanted, it seemed. The train ride was fairly normal. Izuku scrolled through the latest hero news while Mash listened to music. Kaken stared out the window, huffing occasionally, like a cooped-up dog. Then they arrived. UA's bright blue gate, open and waiting. Just beyond it, the 4 towers for each of the courses. Before he walked inside, Izuku pulled out the map and class schedule he'd received in the mail. All 3 of them were lucky enough to be placed in the same class. He led the way, occasionally checking his map and following helpful signs. The doors for each classroom were huge. Were they castle gates or a classroom door? Finally he found it. 1A. He poked his head in the open classroom. A few people at desks glanced up. Disappointingly, none of them were Tsubasa. Kaken stomped past him to claim a spot on the far side of the classroom. Izuku and Mash followed, Izuku claiming his usual seat behind him and Mash next to him. Kaken threw his legs on the desk and leaned back in his chair with a scowl. A familiar voice echoed loudly down the hall. This school is a maze, I tell you. I'll never find my way around. Of course you will. At least we have a map. The pair turned the corner. Izuku didn't recognize the guy, but the girl? Oh yeah, he wouldn't be forgetting that bubblegum pink skin anytime soon. He stood and waved, getting her attention. Ashido! She locked onto him faster than he could say, all might. She dragged the guy with her as she bounded across the classroom. Hey, Cool Eyes. You made it in. Before he could greet her properly, she dived in for a hug. I wanted to say thanks for chatting with me before the exam. It really helped calm me down, she murmured seriously. You're the bee's knees, Mito. More like the moth's knees. She snorted, pulling away. Oh, I need to introduce you to my friend. This is Kirishima, the guy I told you about. The boy in question waved. His fire engine red hair was sculpted up into sharp spikes. I heard about what you did for Ashido, that super manly dude. Izuku glanced back at her. He really does say manly. She laughed. Yep, that's Kirishima for you. Izuku caught Mash's confused face out of the corner of his eye. Sorry, I should introduce you to my friends too. This is Ojiro Mashireo, he was at City D with you, Kirishima, and this is Dash. I can introduce myself, dumbass. Kaken interrupted, taking his feet off the desk to face them. Bakugu Katsuki. Ashido stuck her hand out. Nice to meet ya. Me and Izuku met on the bus to the exam. Yeah, I heard. He told us all about you. She glanced at Izuku. I hope you said nice things, she teased before turning back to Kaken. Yo, Bakugu, are you gonna shake my hand or are you afraid I'm gonna bite? Mash stood up from his desk as well. So, you're Kirishima? Sorry, I don't think I remember seeing you at the exam. Kirishima waved his apology away. Don't worry about it. I'm not surprised anyway. My quirk isn't that flashy and I've actually changed my hair since then. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'm embarrassed to say I don't remember you either. Everything seemed to happen so fast and I was just worrying about getting enough points. Mash nodded in complete understanding. Izuku smiled. Already he could feel his small group of friends expanding. But that only made the hole where Tsubasa would be more obvious. He wasn't in their class, that was for sure. Every seat was taken now. Izuku's antennae twitched. He was starting to get used to the new sense of his classmates, assigning their faces with smells. But there was a new one in the mix. He glanced around Kirishima, towards the door where it was emanating from, only to see a very scruffy-looking man about to climb into a bright yellow sleeping bag. Hey, Izuku, what are you Dash? Mash cut himself off, also starring. His half-sentence drew the attention of the rest of their group, then spread through the rest of the classroom as everyone else also stared at the figure in the doorway. Conversation hissed away like a bucket of water thrown on a fire. The man glanced up, blinked, and lowered his raised leg. You are aware of your surroundings. One less thing we'll have to work on. Though you all could cut some of the useless chatter. He stood up straight, dark hair framing his face. Welcome to the hero course. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Their homeroom teacher? He had to be a pro hero, then. Izuku couldn't place him. The answer hovered just at the tip of his tongue. The dark, simple costume seemed like something he would take note of, especially considering most heroes were brighter and more elaborate. Aizawa reached inside his sleeping bag and revealed a standard P uniform. You each should have one of these. Put it on and meet me on the grounds in 15 minutes. One girl in the back piped up, but what about the entrance ceremony? The syllabus? I believe in not wasting time. The changing rooms are down the hall and the training fields are on the north side. Welcome to UA. With the class changed and lined up on the training field, Aizawa started. Back in middle school, all of you took standard PE tests. The softball throw, the standing long jump, 50-meter dash, side-to-side step, and seated toe touch, to name a few. Before, you weren't allowed to use your quirks. That ends today. Our quirks are extensions of our bodies. He continued lecturing. When you're pros, complete mastery of both body and quirk is essential. As your teacher, it's my job to push your limits. But first, in order to know what you're truly capable of physically, I need a foundation I can work from. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku snapped to attention. Aizawa waved him forward and after a beat of hesitation, he stepped out of line. You placed first in the entrance exam. What was your record in middle school for the 50-meter dash? He frowned, 7.49 seconds. Here, he led Izuku to a white starting line. On the start signal, use your quirk however you see fit. Izuku lowered into a ready stance, his wings rising in preparation. The machine next to him gave a short beep and he kicked off, wings humming as he shot forward. Some nearby classmates had to shield their eyes as loose dirt was flung into the air from the wind. The short sprint was thrilling. The last time he'd gotten to go this fast was at the entrance exam. His stomach curled into his spine from his acceleration, exhilaration thrumming in his veins. 3.34 seconds. The machine at the end of the track chirped as he flew by. Izuku flapped in a backwards motion, slowing and landing. He grinned. He'd shaved off more than 4 seconds just by flying. Behind him, there were exclamations from his classmates. The excitement of using their quirks without restraint was an appealing one. Izuku started jogging back, but then remembered that Aizawa had specifically given permission to use their quirks, so he took off again, skipping off the ground just to hover a few centimeters off the ground. He returned to the group, smiling broadly. "Do you think this is a game?" Aizawa asked. His words cut through the air like knives. A few people flinched from the force of it. Izuku halted in his tracks, his own excitement at using his quirk seeping away. He'd been too far away to hear exactly what his classmates had been saying, but whatever it was, it majorly ticked off their teacher. Being a pro means risking your life daily. One wrong move and you could be killed. It's certainly not fun. Aizawa smiled. All teeth and no actual mirth. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine. "How about we raise the stakes then? Whoever places last across all 8 events will be immediately expelled." "That's not fair," someone cried. "Life's not fair," Aizawa responded, unsympathetic. "Out of hundreds of applicants, you were the ones selected to be here. So prove to me why you deserve your spot." With that said, the tests began in earnest. Izuku had already demonstrated the 50-meter dash, so that was their first test. He didn't get the highest score of the class, but he was proud to say that he was in the top 3. It was also when he first got to see Ishido's quirk. She skated forward on corrosive acid, earning her a score of 5.3 seconds and also simultaneously forcing others to sidestep it to avoid melting their shoes. The ball throw started with a bang. Quite literally. Kaken threw the ball with the punch of an explosion behind it. He turned, a smug smile on his face. Aizawa didn't even blink. He revealed his score of 705.8 meters, then called the next person up. Ishido gawked at Kaken. "Dude, that was wicked." Kirishima offered his hand for a fist bump. "That was so manly. Good job." "Yeah, of course it was shitty hair," he snapped, but still did the fist bump. The only people who beat his score was a girl with a ponytail who shot the ball out of a cannon, which Izuku thought would be cheating, but Aizawa just shrugged. "Good quirk use," he said flatly. The other was another girl with a short bob who quite literally sent it flying into space. Her infinity score nearly gave half the class a conniption. Besides the 50-meter dash and the long jump, there weren't many other tests Izuku could inflate his score with wings. Though, thanks to his and Mash's beach training, he was able to score fairly well all things considered. He watched as Kaken was able to gain a few extra meters on his long jump by using his explosions to launch forward. He noted that the blonde's control had gotten better in the last year, thanks to whatever training he'd done at the gym. His firing off of explosions was more steady and controlled, more like a punch to keep him moving than a full-scale explosion. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw people shift away as one particular boy with purple ball on his head moved closer. Earlier, Izuku had felt bad when he'd noticed classmates avoiding him. All it took was Ishido repeating some of the gross comments he'd said to not just her, but to some of the other girls, to change his mind. One of the girls suddenly stepped into his peripheral from behind. He recognized squat legs and long webbed feet right before his whole body flinched. Automatically, his wings shuttered out, half flaring his eye spots at her as if she really was some kind of predator looking to eat him. His antennae twisted, catching more of her scent. He turned, raising his hands up. Sorry. Just dash." The logical, insect side of his brain was yelling, "Danger," as if his classmate would actually attack him. He'd seen her a few times already, but always from a distance. It wasn't hard to work out her quirk, given her mutation type like him. Earlier, Izuku had watched fascinated as she cleared a full 5 meters in a single bound without breaking a sweat. She waited patiently while he wrestled his wings back into their upside-down V shape across his back, no sign of judgment or annoyance on her face. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. They just moved, and I know you're not a threat, but then, like, the Moth side is kind of freaking out and I'm so sorry for reacting like that, he rambled. He could feel his face getting redder and redder. It's all right, she replied, putting one finger up to her mouth in a thoughtful gesture. It was my fault anyway. I didn't know you could see so far to the side. I've been meaning to talk to you but didn't want to accidentally startle you. Izuku finally managed to hold his wings down so they wouldn't snap out and hit anyone nearby. They were staying folded for the moment but still trembled slightly along with his antennae. I've been meaning to talk to you too. I have some questions about your quirk, and I had no idea I would react like this in the first place. Another thing to add to his notebook. I'm not surprised you did. I was the same way when I first met my best friend. She has a snake quirk. A snake quirk? She nodded. She used to make me nervous too. But she's really sweet once you got to know her. She smiled slightly. I hope we can be friends as well. Izuku smiled as well. I hope so too. Does the jumpiness ever leave? Eventually, she assured. Though, sometimes it can happen if you're startled enough. I'll do my best to let you know I'm here so I don't scare you. Thanks, I really appreciate it. They stood awkwardly for a moment, unsure of what to say. He started. I never caught your name. Ajuitiu. But just call me Tsu. He grinned. He wouldn't have to think of a nickname for her. Though, speaking of, he'd have to think of something for Ashido and Kirishima. You're Midoriya, right? She asked. Aizawa said you came in first in the entrance exam. Congrats. Yeah, but I only barely got 1 point more than Kaken. She tilted her head. Kaken? Oh, sorry. Bakugu. We've been friends since we were kids. The explosive guy. He nodded. Yep, that's the one. Tsu raised an eyebrow. Does he ever chill? Our entire friend group has been trying to figure that out for years. Midoriya, Aizawa called, interrupting their conversation. I'll be back. It was nice meeting you, Tsu. You as well, Midoriya. Don't be afraid to talk to me. I won't, he promised. She was very nice, actually. He wouldn't mind having her as a friend. Animal quirks were few and far between, so it'd be nice to have someone that understood all the wacky effects that came with it. With all 8 tests over, Aizawa revealed their scores. The ponytail girl, Izuku had learned her name was Yaoyorozu, had placed first. Not surprising, her versatile quirk had allowed her to create the perfect tool to get the highest score on most of the tests. Kaken had placed third and Izuku sat at a solid 6th place. Ashido and Kirishima high-fived, taking 9th and 10th place respectively. He glanced at the end of the list, wondering who was the poor student that was being sent home. Mineta Minoru, please leave UA grounds. Someone will collect your things from the classroom and have them sent to your home. Aizawa said, voice flat. He clicked off the screen showing their scores and turned away. We're done here for the day. Your syllabi are on your desks back at the classroom. Wait. The great boy, Mineta, ran forward, tripping slightly in his haste. You can't expel me. Their teacher had no empathy. Yes, I can. You showed the least amount of promise of everyone here, so you're leaving. But, he pointed an accusing finger. This is a school. Isn't it your job to teach us, no matter the promise we have? That very well is true, but regardless of your score, you would have been expelled anyway. So you've been biased against me from the beginning? He shrieked. His desperation was getting more and more sad the longer everyone watched. Aizawa took a step forward, and then another, his long hair rising eerily and his eyes flashed bright red. I refuse to teach someone who views others as objects for SXL attraction. Or did you think I'd let those comments slide just because you want to be a hero? Mineta stumbled backwards. If you want even the chance to return to UA in one of our other courses, I suggest you change your actions and words towards your female classmates. Mineta didn't argue again. He shuddered under Aizawa's gaze, then turned tail and ran. Nobody was sad to see him go. Aizawa released his quirk. His hair fell back into its disheveled mess and he pulled a small bottle of eye drops from one of the pouches on his belt. Homeroom is over for the day, he announced as if nothing had happened. Get some lunch before your other classes. Yes, sir, they chorused and left. Ashido leaned towards Izuku. Holy shit. I think he's my new favorite teacher. Izuku agreed. He'd only seen that quirk a few times in shaky videos in the depths of hero forums, but there was no doubt in his mind. Aizawa Shota was the underground hero Eraserhead. The afternoon passed in a way more reminiscent of normal high school. They met the rest of their other teachers, all pro heroes. Izuku could hardly stay in his seat, and there were no more threats of expulsion, so everyone felt they could relax. Izuku swung his bag over his shoulder, the last bell fading out. Ashido materialized by his desk. Hey, do you take the train at Tetsudo Station? Izuku nodded, catching Kaken's eye. Yeah. We're just going to go say hi to a friend real quick. Oh, a friend? Does he have cool eyes too? Izuku laughed. Not like us, no. Just normal. Too bad. She slid closer. I've been keeping an eye out for more people to join our Cool Eyes Club dash, she snorted. Ha, an eye out. Anyway, I'm thinking we should recruit the tall guy. Face mask. 6 arms. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yes. But his eyes looked normal to me. Well, quote, unquote, normal. Izuku really wasn't one to judge. Nah, I saw him make a couple eyes at the end of his tentacle things. She made a fist and twisted it around like it was seeing. Then it turned into a mouth. She moved her fingers like a puppet's mouth while she kept talking. That's way cool. He needs to join immediately. Izuku's fingers twitched, committing the info to memory for his notebooks. He'd seen the guy make hands during the tests, but eyes and mouths as well? How did that work? Was it only related to the 5 senses? So far being sight, touch, and taste. Could he make an ear? A nose? He buzzed with questions and possibilities. His antennae reacted faster than the rest of him, swiveling in search of a scent he hadn't quite memorized. Unfortunately, he'd already left along with most of the class. Izuku sighed. We'll have to talk to him tomorrow, I guess. Wait, I don't think he left that long ago. I can still catch him. Ashido exclaimed, jumping up and moving towards the door. Here's the plan. You go get your friend, 'cause I still want to meet him. I'll find Ninja Guy. Then we can all walk together. I'll meet you down at the lockers. All right, break. She grabbed Kirishima, let's go, and dragged him out of the classroom. Hey, if you see Tsu, invite her as well. Izuku shouted after her. Tsu who? Ashido jogged down the hallway backwards. Ajuitiu. Frog Quirk, he clarified. Ashido raised 2 thumbs up. Oh, got it. They turned a blind corner and disappeared. Ashido was starting to make a habit of pulling him into her shenanigans out of control pink tornado. Izuku found it exhilarating, even if he was left breathless and dizzy from it all. He turned to Kaken and Mash, who had been ready for quite some time. No Tsubasa? Mash shook his head solemnly. I happened to see most of Class B leaving and I didn't see him. With the excitement and anxiety of the first day, thoughts of his friend had slipped from his mind. Izuku's antennae twitched. Nothing here in the hall. But that couldn't be right. Maybe he was just tired and not picking through the scents properly. There were traces of dozens of different people in this spot alone. If Tsubasa wasn't in Class 1A, then he must be in 1B. That was the only other hero course class. Izuku led the way down the hall to the other classroom door. It was exactly the same as their own homerooms except it had AB instead of A on it. Izuku slid open the door and stepped inside, antennae twisting in search of Tsubasa's scent. It was much easier to pick through the couple dozen individual scents that drifted through the room. He hadn't been here. It slumped. So Tsubasa hadn't been accepted to the hero course. That must be why he hadn't been answering. Well, Kaken asked from the doorway. Izuku simply shook his head, shutting the door behind him. Nothing. Kaken's face darkened. So he's been avoiding us because he failed. Katsuki, Mash warned. Leave Tsubasa alone. He's probably having a hard enough time with it already. I'm not mad that he failed. I'm mad 'cause we had the right to know. Instead he's sniveling and being dramatic by not responding. I'm going to kick his butt when he finally decides to show his pathetic face. He glared and shoved his fists into his pockets. If he's going to be a whiny butt about this, then I don't want to talk to him. He stormed off without looking back. Izuku could see Kaken's point. To an extent, they were all friends. They should be helping and relying on each other, not pushing away. But he didn't agree with Kaken's method of pulling away as well. All that was going to accomplish was more conflict. Mash sighed, his tail thrashed behind him. Let's catch up so we don't miss the train. If Tsubasa failed the practical, then he was probably placed in one of the general courses. We'll look for him there tomorrow. He gave Izuku a stiff smile. Yeah, we'll find him, Izuku replied hollowly. He glanced back at Class 1B. Tsubasa, this isn't like you. Why haven't you answered? Thanks for inviting me to walk with you, Tsu said, on the other side of Mash, so she and Izuku were separated. It's no problem, Izuku smiled. They'd figured out that he only had a strong, fearful reaction when she was close, so it was best to be slightly separated for the time being. And while he'd apologized over and over, frustrated that his instincts had other ideas of how to act, Tsu just waved it off. We'll take it slow, she told him. It'll take some time for your instincts to calm down and recognize that I'm not a threat. On Izuku's other side, Ashido skipped along, seemingly never out of energy. The crushing defeat of failing to catch Mr. Ninja, completely forgotten. We should all study together in the future. Anyone here good at English? That's my worst subject, she pulled a face. I'll help you, Izuku promised. I usually help tutor Mash too, so we can all work together. Mito, you're a lifesaver. Tsu, Bakugu? You want to join too? It'll be a party. Tsu nodded her agreement. Kaken huffed, but Izuku knew he wouldn't pass up a chance to yell at more people about their shitty math. I can bring snacks, Mash offered. I have about 36 cans of root beer I need help drinking. Dang, was it on sale or something? Ashido laughed. What store do you go to? I need to get some too. Mash gave Izuku a flat look. I was bribed. Wasn't a bribe, Izuku insisted. I won my bet, and you won your prize. Sounds like a bribe to me, Tsu cut in. Isn't he supposed to pay you something if you won? Izuku made several noises, none of them words. He squeaked, sounding like a deflating balloon. Well, it's meant to be a bet. And I'm sticking to what I said. They laughed, light-hearted and amicable. They'd survived the first day of school. Now they could face anything. Mothball. At Meta Knight, hey. I know you didn't get accepted to the hero course. I'm really sorry. There's still a chance though. If you do well in the sports festival, then you could probably change classes. Me and Mash will send you our notes from heroics so you aren't behind. Kaken's really mad at you, so maybe drop a hi in the group chat soon or something. We miss you. Izuku had seen Ashido's ambush coming from a mile away. There were traces of her perfume all the way up the stairs, and he easily spotted the toe of her sneaker that was poking out from around the corner where their classroom was. So he didn't flinch when she jumped out, hands on hips. Mito. Morning, Ashido. You never gave me your number. She fake pouted. I'm trying to form the cool eye gang here and I need them digits. Izuku pulled out his phone. Sorry about that. It was kinda crazy yesterday. He rattled off his number and within seconds received invites to 2 chats, Study Group and Cool Eye Squad. You guys as well, she pointed to Mash and Kaken. We're making a study group chat too. Kiri's already got a couple other people in there. Mash gave her his as well and was rewarded with an invite to the study group. You better not blow up my phone at all hours of the night, Kaken growled. I will FNG block you. Don't worry, Blasty, notifications are only set to at mentions, she guaranteed. But don't turn the notifications all the way off. ISCK at math and need help. No FING promises. You better study as well or I'm out. I promise. Same goes for you, shitty hair. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up from the classroom doorway. You got it, bro. Kaken stomped towards him. Don't call me bro. Mash was quick on his heels. No fighting in the classroom. Always sure to keep Kaken from exploding. Izuku moved to follow, but Ashido grabbed his arm. Come meet the ninja. She dragged him to the back of the classroom. This is Shuji. I managed to catch him outside the front entrance. Izuku wondered if catch actually meant ambush in Ishido's world. Shuji spoke from a mouth on one of his tentacles. Midoriya, right? Ishido told me about you. Did she also tell you about my lamp addiction? Shuji raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. It's pretty light. Ishido jabbed him in the side. Bad joke, Mothman. I'm just trying to brighten your day. Anyway, she said, changing the topic and ignoring Izuku's bad pun. Shuji, you should be part of our Cool Eyes squad. His face was hard to read with the face mask on, but Izuku could tell he was a little bewildered by her sudden statement. Izuku tried to explain, we're making a group of people with cool eyes. Ishido thought you'd be a good fit. I don't think there's anything particularly special about my eyes. Ishido sat on the desk next to him. Of course there is. Dude, you can make up to 3 extra pairs of eyes. That's super cool. Thank you, Shuji said sincerely. But what does your group even do? We just be cool. Ishido kicked her legs. Actually, I haven't thought that far. I have a group chat you can join and we can hang out. What do you usually do after school? Usually study. She puffed her cheeks out. Izuku. Same. You guys, I swear, we're going to do something fun together after school. There's that new movie coming out on Saturday, or I know a fun cafe we can go to. Should you give me your number and we'll make plans? If Ishido's quirk wasn't acid, it would have been naturally making friends. They'd only been speaking for a minute and she'd already coerced Shuji into giving her his number, but also extracted a promise to text her if he had any ideas for what they could do this upcoming weekend. Izuku caught Aizawa's scent coming from down the hall. Hate to cut this short, but class should be starting soon. Nice talking to you, Shuji. You as well. Ishido scampered to her seat and Izuku followed close behind. As he passed the door, he could smell another one of his classmates standing outside. It didn't hurt to give them a warning as well, so he stuck his head out. Hey, Aizawa's on the way. The boy jumped, his large rock-like head turning sharply to look at Izuku. Upon seeing him, he stepped back, quickly nodding his head. He held up a finger as if to say 1 second, but wouldn't meet Izuku's eyes. His whole body shook like a leaf. Sorry for startling you. He went back into the classroom and sat in his seat behind Kaken. A few moments later, the boy ducked into the classroom and hurried to his desk by Shuji. He sat seconds before Aizawa rounded the corner, nodding when he found all of them in their seats. But paying attention wasn't just a first-day thing. Let's get started. The second day of school was much less stressful than the first. Aizawa did roll call without any threats of expulsion. After some normal school announcements, he gave them the freedom to prepare for their other classes as they wished and rolled into his sleeping bag on the floor. While others were chatting, Izuku snuck to the front of the classroom and crouched down. Mr. Aizawa? His teacher opened his eyes with a sigh. Yes, Midoriya? I have a friend that didn't get in the hero course dash. Absolutely not. I didn't finish dash. I don't care if you're my best student. I don't give out favors to friends. His voice dripped with contempt at even the idea. Izuku frowned. That's not what I was going to ask. He raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? I just want to know what class he was put in after failing. I haven't seen him since before the entrance exam and I'm worried. Not much I can do, kid. All student information is strictly confidential and I can't tell you that, even if I wanted to. And I don't, he added. I don't teach to get wrapped up in teenage drama. Ask around the general course if you're worried about your friend. He closed his eyes again, shuffling back into his sleeping bag. Izuku decided not to push it and returned to his seat. Their classes seemed to drag on. It didn't matter that they were going to a top-tier school for heroes. Regular subjects were still just as boring as they always were. Ishido began nodding off in the middle of math and MASH became a case study for lost souls in English. The mood lifted after lunch. Finally, the class they'd all been waiting for, basic hero training. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might himself announced, definitely not coming in normally. He marched in, his signature grin beaming as he stood at the podium in front of the classroom. The class was sent into a miniature uproar as everyone began speaking at once. Izuku beamed at his desk, excitement running down his spine and into his wings so they vibrated contentedly on his back. Ever since he'd gotten his acceptance letter, he knew there had to be a reason it was recorded by the #1 hero himself. And now it turned out he was teaching at UA and their class no less. His antennae twitched, in the hopes to catch All Might's scent from among his classmates. He frowned, something was wrong with it. All Might raised a hand for silence, and after some shuffling, the noises died down. I appreciate your enthusiasm and I look forward to getting to know each one of you as both heroes and students. Principal Nizu has graciously invited me to join UA's staff this year and I look forward to teaching hero basic training. Which brings me to today's lesson. With a dramatic flourish, he revealed a note card simply printed with the word, battle. Today we'll be simulating hero and villain battles in one of the battle arenas. But before that, you all need your costumes. A sleek white panel emerged from the wall. Within sat rows of metal cases, each painted with a bold black number. Grab the case that corresponds with your class rank, All Might instructed. Get changed quickly. We want as much time as possible for our battle trials. The class surged forward. Izuku saw Ashido grab her case and run out of the room with it held overhead, eyes bright with delight. Mash and Kirishima were more dignified, stepping back and letting others go first. They tried to wave Izuku forward but he shook his head. No, go on. I want to ask All Might something. Looking for an autograph already? Mash teased. At least wait until after class. Izuku flushed. Yeah, he was a fanboy through and through, but he did understand the meaning of time and place. Mash didn't press it, he grabbed his case and jogged out of the room, leaving Izuku alone with his idol. All Might glanced at a sheet of paper. Izuku could see it had names and pictures of everyone in the class. Young Midoriya? Is something the matter? Izuku shook his head. Now that he was closer, he was sure he hadn't imagined it. All Might's scent, it wasn't right. He'd always imagined it being bright. Maybe tangy and light, to match his bright personality. This was heavy and bitter, the metallic scent of blood undercutting it. No, he said, feeling very small next to the literal and figurative giant. I wanted to ask if you're okay. All Might's smile froze. His constant smile always appeared effortless, but now it wobbled as if he now had to concentrate to hold it up. His hand drifted almost imperceptibly towards his left side. I can assure you, I am doing quite fine. No need to worry, young man. He coughed. The scent of blood grew stronger. Now, no more dilly-dallying. We have battle trials to get to. Grab your case and I'll see you in a minute. Izuku hesitated. All Might waved him forwards. Don't want to keep your classmates waiting. Izuku let himself be shooed out of the classroom. Perhaps it wasn't such a coincidence that All Might began teaching this year, if he truly had been injured. But the question was when and how. In Izuku's costume application, he asked the support company for a relatively simple design. His focus was functionality and practically. It consisted of armored shirt and pants, both a dark green to match his wings. He had extra padding for his knees and elbows in case of a rough landing, and the hole for his wing base was a bit wider at the bottom to account for his thermo device for winter. The shoes were sturdy and black, with a bit of spring in them for landing. He'd thought of that after the entrance exam. All of those requests were met perfectly. The rest of the design was surprising. Whoever his designer was, they didn't stop at a basic green color. Small black dots swirled down his arms and legs, reminiscent of his eye spots. There were also some thin, white bands running the lengths of his arms and legs that served as accents. All in all, Izuku was extremely happy with it. And wearing it really set in the feeling of being a hero. He glanced at the shiny new thermo device that was still nestled in its padding. He shouldn't need it. It was well into spring now and it was more than warm enough. But something nagged at him. He grabbed it before he could reconsider. A hero was always prepared after all. He was the last one to step out into the training field and got a good look at everyone's unique and colorful costumes. Ashido's one-piece suit fit her wild personality, and only made her more colorful with its turquoise base and splashes of purple. Mash went more simple. His looked exactly like one of his martial arts uniforms. though a black utility belt circled his waist and the designer had added faux fur on the collar to match his tail. He brushed at it now, looking slightly annoyed. He definitely hadn't included it in his application. Kakin's costume screamed explosive, but that was mainly because his gauntlets were modeled after grenades. Sue waved, getting his attention, then stepped closer. His wings flinched, but he paid them no mind. He was getting used to his own Nijarke response. "Nice costume," she croaked. "Thanks. Yours looks nice too." They both had a green aesthetic, but while Izuku's was dark, Sue's was bright. Like him, she also kept her costume fairly simple. A pair of goggles sat on her head, most likely for swimming. "Students!" All Might waved from the front of the pack to get their attention. "Now that you all look the part, time to move on to the exercise for today. All of you have been assigned a number and will be drawn from these baskets to form random hero and villain teams. First up, All Might reached into each, extracting 2 balls. Todoroki Shuto and Shuji Mizo are the hero team, versus Azui Tsu and Midoriya Izuku as the villains. They caught each other's eye. He continued his instructions. Hero team, you will be given the building blueprints and location of the weapon. Your objective is to either secure the weapon by touching it, or to apprehend the villains. Villain team, your job is the opposite. Don't let the heroes reach your weapon and don't get caught. The game ends when time runs out or either of the hero objectives are met. Both teams, you will be given ear communicators and 5 minutes to prepare as you see fit. Use your time wisely. Each battle trial will last 15 minutes and will be observed by the rest of your classmates in the CCTV room. Now go. Plus Ultra. Izuku walked around the weapon they were tasked to protect. A flimsy papier-mâché rocket that looked more at home as a prop for an elementary school play than a convincing bomb. "I have some ideas," he told Sue. "From what I observed during Aizawa's quirk tests yesterday, Todoroki has an ice quirk. Shuji. I'm not completely sure of everything his quirk can do, but he has some strength enhancement and he can create things like eyes and mouths on the ends of his tentacles. Todoroki will be a problem for me. If it's too cold, I can end up slipping into hibernation to preserve body heat. It's a problem for me too. My wings stiffen in the cold and become unusable." Izuku sighed. It was a wildly bad matchup. The 2 people in the class with weaknesses to cold up against an ice quirk. This could only go wrong. Izuku placed his chin in his hand. The best thing to do was avoid Todoroki if at all possible. He had a slightly better advantage than Tsu because he brought his thermo device, but a head-on battle still wouldn't be good. They'd have to be sneaky and avoid conflict if possible. Maybe even wind down the clock. He considered their easy movable weapon. "Do you think there are any rules against relocating?" The buzzer rang, signaling the start of the fight. "I'm in position," Tsu murmured in his earpiece. "Let's hope this works." Izuku nodded to himself. He'd wedged himself into one of the blind corners of the room. To anyone entering, they wouldn't see him until too late. On his back, his thermo device hummed. The air it was blowing on his folded wings was hot and stifling, but he didn't want to be caught unprepared by Todoroki and lose precious seconds trying to turn it on. They're approaching the building now. So far so good. During their 5-minute prep time, they had relocated the weapon to a random room on the top floor. Izuku would serve as a distraction in the original bomb room, and Tsu would be the last line of defense. But hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Wait. Izuku's heart pounded. Was their plan falling apart already? Shuji's waiting outside? That's a weird tactic. It didn't take long for Izuku to put the pieces together. Ice materialized on the ground, making the temperature plummet, the sharp smell of winter filling the air. If he had been on the floor, his feet would have been frozen solid. Izuku's breath fogged as he breathed outwards. He was doubly glad that he thought to grab his support item. He shivered slightly. "Are you doing all right, Tsu?" "Yeah," came her shaky reply. "It's a bit chilly. That quirk is kinda crazy." Izuku agreed. Was Todoroki trying to freeze the whole building? Try to keep moving so you don't get cold. It's not much, but it's the best we can do. I'll do my best. His antennae twitched. Todoroki's sharp scent. The sound of footsteps drew closer. Izuku tensed, staring at the doorway. Wait for it. Todoroki turned the corner, alone. Walking in as if completely certain they had been taken care of. At least Izuku didn't have to deal with Shuji too. His ice-covered left side faced Izuku, so he couldn't see the other boy's face. But he got the sense he was scanning the room. Todoroki paused. A completely empty room was definitely the first hint that something wasn't right. Izuku pushed off. From the wall, dark wings unfurling. Really, it was ridiculous how little people tended to look up. Todoroki began to turn, his uncovered eye widening. Izuku slammed his foot into the other boy's left side, making his ice armor crack and knocking him sideways and off balance. Izuku landed on the ball of his feet, instinctively lowering into the ready stance he'd drilled over with MASH for the past 5 years. Todoroki caught himself with a wave of ice. His eye narrowed. Not so blindly confident now. His right hand went to his left side and new ice spread across where Izuku had broken it. Where's the weapon? Izuku shrugged. I seem to have misplaced it. Todoroki didn't seem to like his answer. A wave of ice crashed towards him. Izuku didn't think. He dodged upwards, narrowly missing the ceiling. He scowled. Too cramped. Not enough space to go up. He needed more room. He dodged another wave of ice. Every attack from Todoroki was leaving him with less space to work in. He shivered. It was also lowering the temperature further. His thermo device was holding up well against the cold so far, but the rest of him was freezing. Time to distract. He flew towards the room's entrance. I'll show you where it is. He zipped out of the room. Hopefully he annoyed Todoroki enough that he'd come after Izuku instead of looking for the bomb. He ducked around a corner. Hallway was too cramped for full flying. Hey Tsu, how's it going? Pretty chill. Izuku issued in a laugh. Sorry about that. I'll work on fixing that for you. I'd love that. Thanks. Todoroki's scent was closing in again. Izuku pressed his hands and feet against the narrow walls and Spider climbed his way up the wall. Time to see if Todoroki learned his lesson the first time. This would be much easier if he had sticky pads like Tsu. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Mental note, find out who to ask about costume upgrades. Todoroki turned the corner, not bothering to look up. His mistake. Izuku dropped on him. This time Izuku had managed to surprise him enough to knock him fully to the ground. Then he had to jump back as ice webbed its way out from Todoroki's right foot. The temperature dropped even more. Izuku backed up, only to hit solid ice. Turned. A solid ice wall at his back, Todoroki in front of him. He swallowed, his throat dry. Trapped in a hallway of ice was not something that made him very comfortable. Todoroki stood up. Izuku wouldn't call his expression that of anger. More akin to annoyance. It was the most emotion he'd seen during their entire fight so far. Ice laced its way up Todoroki's right side. The temperature dropped even more. It had to be bordering on glacial now. Izuku's fingers and toes were practically frozen, his fingernails dark purple. The thermo device on his back sputtered. A chill crept onto the tips of his wings. I'll freeze the whole building, Todoroki said. It doesn't bother me, but it clearly bothers you. Izuku tilted his head. His teeth started chattering, making speaking difficult. Then why are you shivering too? He burst forward, ignoring the stiffness of his limbs and the cold seeping into his warm pocket of air. Just keep moving and he'll be fine. His wings blurred, dodging wave after wave of ice. Todoroki took a step back. Izuku was right up on him. He kicked out, striking him right in the solar plexus. Todoroki grunted and stumbled. Izuku followed it up with a punch to the chin. Sorry, Todoroki. It was a move born from panic. It was getting harder to move. His head spun. Everything was going wrong. It was too cold, too fast. The hallway was too enclosed, his only escape route past his opponent. He stumbled past. There shouldn't be much time left on the clock. He could probably withstand another hit and run. As long as he kept Todoroki away from both the weapon and Tsu. A hand slammed into the small of his back. The weak pocket of air protecting his wings suddenly cut off. The shock was enough to make him fall over. Izuku barely felt anything as his shivering body hit the floor. Everything was so numb. So cold. He was an ice statue. My apologies, Todoroki said. His boots crunched on the sheen of ice on the floor as he walked past. I'll come back and free you once I find the weapon. I'll just be a moment. Izuku listened to the sound of footsteps fading away. Tsu, he coughed. Todoroki, on way. Midoriya, are you okay? You don't sound good. She sounded concerned. Cold. It hurt to move. He wanted to pull his legs and arms in closer, for some semblance of warmth, but it would take too much effort. Izuku lay face down on the floor, chest heaving. His breath steaming up the ice under his head. His thermo device was completely frozen. Now it was just a giant ice cube strapped to his back and making him more uncomfortable. It took some tries, but he managed to fumble at the straps with frozen fingers and drag it off. He waited in silence. Every second dragging. His wings were solid. No chance of even being able to move them. He couldn't feel his hands at this point. Maybe he'll lose them to frostbite. What a funny thought. His head spun. The cold pressed in on all sides. His icebox prison. He'll just close his eyes for a moment, take a nap. He was very tired. Team wins. All Might's voice boomed. Izuku's eyes snapped open, antennae twitching. He was still in the frozen hallway. Without Todoroki's influence, it had started to melt a bit. Drops of water fell from the ceiling. Shakily he huffed on his hands. The round was over now. He needed to leave. He rolled onto his side. No, too tired. He closed his eyes again. He'll get back up when he's rested some more. Midoriya. Would people stop waking him up? Todoroki kneeled next to him. The ice that had covered the left side of his face was gone. He looked down with concern. Can you move? Most of the ice in the hallway was gone. His wings fluttered against his back. I suppose, he slurred. Todoroki helped him to his feet, putting one arm over his shoulder. You need to see Recovery Girl. I left you in the cold too long. You probably have hypothermia. Never had hypothermia before, don't like winter. Izuku glanced up, meeting two different colored eyes. One gray, one blue. Heterochromia, he believed it was called. That was pretty cool. Wanna join our gang? He asked. He didn't get to hear Todoroki's response. His knees buckled and his vision went dark. Consciousness faded in slowly. The first thing Izuku was aware of was how comfortably warm he was, as if he had fallen asleep in a patch of sunlight. To do that often as a kid, prompting Mom to tease him. Are you a cat or a moth? She laughed, bending over to tickle him awake. He squirmed away from her wriggling fingers and giggled, Meow. I'm a cat moth. I've never seen a cat moth before. Come here so I can look for your tail and whiskers. No, he cried as she planted kisses on his cheeks and brushed fingers over the sensitive skin of his sides, making his stomach hurt with uncontrollable laughter. He sighed in content, wings shifting out to catch more warmth. Sleep tugged at him, dreams of happy childhood days calling. You thick-headed buffoon. You should have called the fight. I might have gotten a little carried away dash. A little? A little? I had to fix up 3 students all with cold-related injuries on the second day because you were too invested in watching a bad matchup. A warning for the future, don't put students sensitive to the cold against someone with an ice quirk. There was a loud thump. Izuku opened his eyes. He was laying face down in a hospital bed with a curtain drawn around it. Above him, a wide heat lamp was centered on his wings. That part hadn't been a dream. Nestled along his sides were several heat packs in various colors. He rolled onto his side, then sat up, careful to not bump into the heat lamp. The air smelled like anesthetic. The nurse's office then. He easily recognized Sue's scent coming from behind him, and on the other side of the curtain in front of him, All Mights and someone else. Most likely the nurse. He drew back the curtain, catching the attention of the 2 adults. Oh, there you are, dearie. How are you feeling? The small, old woman smiled pleasantly, her tone much softer and patient than what he'd overheard just a minute ago. I'm okay, he mumbled, glancing at All Might. His idol, who faced villains every day for decades with an unwavering confidence, now looked like he was about to bolt. What happened? Your team lost, despite all your hard work, I'm afraid. The nurse told him, handing him a handful of gummies. It was an unfair matchup from the beginning. I'm surprised you managed to hold out as long as you did. Both you and Mississippi Azui succumbed to hypothermia and Mr. Todoroki overworked his quirk, leaving him with the beginnings of frostbite. She huffed. He really should have made better use of his partner, instead of leaving him standing outside while he fought you two alone. Perhaps that way you'd have avoided the worst of your injuries. She patted his hand. Don't worry though. I fixed you all up so you're good to go. All Might, judging it was safe, detached himself from the wall. Recovery Girl is the best in the business, so you were in good hands. It'd be best to avoid getting such grievous injuries in the future. No need to push yourself too hard. Recovery Girl jabbed her cane at him. You'd do well to remember your own advice. She scowled and turned back to Izuku. School's over for the day, so you can go home. Some of your friends dropped by earlier. They're probably still outside. Izuku slid off the bed. Will Tsu be okay? She'll be fine. She just needs some extra rest for the time being. She'll be good as new by tomorrow. Thank you. Izuku bowed first to her, then to All Might. Bye. Bye, dear. I don't mind visitors, but I'd rather not see them as patients so early in the year. He slipped out the door, closing it quietly behind him. Mash leapt up from where he'd been leaning against the wall. Izuku! Kaken pushed himself to his feet as well. Hey, I can't believe I missed the other matches. That's what your FNG worried about? Kaken stomped forward. You passed out and Ice BSDRD's partner had to carry you to the nurse's office. Oh, Shuji had brought him? Is Todoroki okay too? Like I give a sheet. Mash smacked him with his tail. Chill. You're not some kind of rabid dog that always needs the last word. Kaken growled but didn't argue. Mash turned back to Izuku. I think you did a good job, all things considered. The teams were super unbalanced, but you nearly won, so that's something. Yeah, the cold wasn't great. He shivered at the memory of it. But what about your fights? Kaken brightened at that topic. Our team crushed it. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the word our, not the usual I. That ponytail girl can make grenades. Oh, that explained it. Good to see he's making friends. Mash shook his head. They're a force to be reckoned with. Ours didn't do very well, to be honest. We were beat almost right out the gate. Kinda hard to notice someone who's completely invisible. He sighed. Oh, by the way, Izuku, Koda told me about this morning. Izuku looked at him, puzzled. It might have just been a really long day, but he barely could remember what had happened that morning. And he wasn't too familiar with everyone's names yet. The really quiet guy? Sharphead? His quirk lets him talk to animals. Izuku nodded. He remembered now. The boy who was standing in the hallway before homeroom. Well, he kinda was rude? Apparently. I didn't get details, but he wanted you to know he was sorry about that. He found you a little unsettling but didn't want to hurt your feelings. I understand. Lots of people find my eyes kinda creepy. Mash grimaced. It isn't just your eyes. He's afraid of, he paused and bit his lip. He has entomophobia. The fear of insects. Izuku first learned the word back in elementary school. A girl in a lower grade screamed the first time she saw him, thinking he was something out of her nightmares. When he tried to apologize, she burst into tears. Both of them had to be shuffled off by teachers that overheard the commotion. When he returned home from school, he had been consumed. Entomophobia, the fear of insects. Other, more specific cases included apophobia, fear of bees, myrmecophobia, fear of ants, and finally, lepidopterophobia, the fear of moths and butterflies. One long word that described why some people shuddered at the sight of him. Oh, Izuku murmured. Yeah, Mash rubbed the back of his neck. It's not your fault, you know. I know. Psst. Tell him thanks from me. I need to think about this. Izuku tapped his pencil against his desk, mind whirling. Entomophobia. His moth quirk. He sighed. It wasn't Koda's fault for being scared any more than it was Izuku's for being born with the quirk he had. Neither of them could help it. Mash had told him that Koda was really nice. Yes, he was quiet, finding sign easier to use than speaking most of the time. Like the exact opposite of Kaken. Izuku wouldn't mind being friends with someone like that. He didn't want anyone to be afraid of him. He didn't want Koda to be afraid of him. He remembered the first time he'd talked to Tsu, and how irrationally fearful he'd been, despite knowing she wasn't going to hurt him. How frustrated he'd been that he couldn't carry on a simple conversation without wanting to bolt. Maybe he and Koda had something in common. He opened his laptop and grabbed a sheet of paper and pencil. Tsu was helping him overcome his fears. Maybe he could help Koda overcome his. Last message to Meta Knight sent yesterday at 7:38 p.m. There was a flock of reporters outside UA's gates early Wednesday morning. Izuku felt it was accurate to describe them as such because much like a flock of pigeons, for example, they descended upon the school as if sensing the tiniest breadcrumb they could eat. That breadcrumb being news that All Might was currently teaching there. What's it like being taught by All Might? A reporter shoved a microphone in Mash's face. Oh, he's nice. I guess. He stammered. Are you saying that All Might is not as benevolent as his public facade may seem? What? Mash's eyes widened. No. That's not what I meant at all. Another reporter nearby pushed their own microphone at his face as well. What did you mean by that statement? He's definitely nice. He's doing his best. He still uses note cards and has to check the roll still to remember everyone's names. Kaken grabbed the handle of his backpack and pushed him forward past the two reporters. Get a move on or we'll be late for class. When they tried to ask him questions as well, he let off a small but loud blast that made every mic in the area peak. I don't care for your shitty questions about All Might. If you want to ask questions, then get an interview with him and stop harassing students. Izuku, you coming or what? Right behind you. He led the way though the sea of reporters. Any that dared to try pointing a mic at his face got a glare strong enough to melt Todoroki's ice with its heat. Izuku changed his mind. These reporters weren't like pigeons. That would imply that while annoying, they were relatively harmless. No, they were more like vultures, looking for any scrap they could pick over and slice to be completely unrecognizable. Just before he could step past the gate, a reporter grabbed his shoulder, pulling him to a halt. Hey, I'm not leaving until I can get some kind of scoop. Just give me some details and I'll let you go to class. No, sorry, I need to go. His protest only aggravated her further. Come on, kid. I'm trying to do my job here. How about this? What did you learn about yesterday in his class? I'm sure the #1 hero has all sorts of practical experience he can tell you about. She was too close, too aggressive. The crowd surrounded them, forming a ring that cut off his escape route. His wings shuttered out, black eye spots glaring at her. Izuku tried to get them under control. It was just an aggressive reporter. He'd have to deal with lots of those when he eventually became a pro. She moved closer and his whole body tensed. Thoughts of being cornered rushing through his head. His wings snapped out, smacking into those on either side of him and making them cry out. Then Izuku was perched on top of UA's gate, the reporters below murmuring and staring up at him. Hey, get back here. The aggressive reporter took a step forward and the heavy metal gates of UA slammed shut. Izuku could feel the vibrations underneath his feet. That ticked off the reporter more and she started yelling. Time to dip. Izuku hopped off the other side of the gate and glided to the ground with a few flaps to rejoin Mash and Kaken. Are you all right? Mash asked worriedly. He nodded. That lady has some anger management issues. I'll show her anger management issues, Kaken snarled. Who does she think she is, harassing students for interviews? I'll kill them. Mash clicked his tongue, not happy with the way Kaken spoke. Between him and Aunt Mitsuki, they did a fairly good job of policing him on his manners. Aizawa emerged from around the corner of the building. I'm inclined to agree with you, Bakugo, though your methodology is extreme. He faced the solid steel wall that blocked the front entrance and sighed. Normally the press is annoying but fairly harmless. News of All Might teaching here seems to have whipped them into a frenzy, however, and now they're an even bigger nuisance. I don't need them distracting my students. But how are you going to make them leave? Mash asked. We could always toss them All Might, Aizawa mentioned casually, as if the #1 hero was a stick to keep the reporters distracted. But for now we'll issue a warning to not attempt to pass the UA barrier and open the gates back up. There are still students who will be arriving. Now get to class. I don't need you standing around and bothering me. He shooed them away, the three of them walking towards the front entrance. There wasn't anyone else in the plaza due to the early hours and their footsteps carried. They reached the door when Aizawa called back to them again. Midoriya. Izuku turned to face his teacher. The walls around UA are equipped with motion sensors that trip a silent alarm when you fly over them. I suggest you don't. A warning. He nodded. He'd used the front gate like everyone else. The reporter fiasco was quite a way to start the morning, but Izuku accomplished his mission. They were the first ones in the classroom. While Mash and Kaken sat at their desks, Izuku slipped over to Koda's desk on the other side of the room. He'd spent a long time the previous night thinking and writing and rewriting what he wanted to say. He didn't want to sound aggressive about wanting to help, so he stuck with something short and simple. Koda, hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm sure you know who I am. Ojiro told me that you have entomophobia, so I'll do my best not to accidentally scare you. I hope, despite everything, we can still become friends. If you ever want to talk to me, my number is XXXXXXXX. Midoriya. He decided to go the same route Tsu did when they first met. He'd try his best to not scare him and offered the hand of friendship. If Koda decided to take it, he'd just have to wait and see. I've reviewed your battle trials and grades from yesterday. Aizawa began class, setting a manila folder on the podium. So, let's review. Todoroki. The dual-haired boy glanced up from his seat in the... But I don't need to remind you of the affects cold can have not only on yourself, but others as well. Please be mindful of your two classmates that are more sensitive to it and take necessary precautions. Todoroki nodded, his face blank. Midoriya and Azui. I took the liberties of having the support course redesign your costumes so they're able to withstand colder temperatures. We don't want you getting hypothermia every training session. You should get them back in the next day or so. Izuku raised his hand. Who do we talk to about costume changes? Aizawa's eyebrows shot up. Perhaps it was a bit surprising that Izuku needed modifications after only 2 days of school, but seeing Tsu stick to walls had given him an idea. You can talk to Power Loader in the support course. He oversees all modifications. Any other questions? There were none. With that out of the way, let's move on to the individual reviews. Now he turned solely to Izuku. Midoriya, you have a habit of jumping before flying. Is that necessary to take off? His brain froze. That was a curve-ball he hadn't expected. But when he thought about it, he did tend to jump or leap to first get into the air. It was something he had done since he was a little kid, and he didn't think twice about it. But I'm not sure, he admitted, frowning. Is it a problem? For the moment, no. It's most likely just a habit from childhood. In the future, however, you may want to be quiet or reduce extra movement. Look into it when you have time. He nodded. Aizawa moved on. Bakugu, I'll forgive you for destroying half a building, but you need to be more aware of your allies and possible civilians. Homeroom continued in that manner. Aizawa went from person to person, pointing out areas they could improve in, asking about applications of their quirks, and occasionally throwing out a flat-voiced compliment for innovative quirk use. He marked some things in the file he carried and snapped it shut. Now I have an announcement. Everyone tensed. Did he choose the next person to be expelled? You need to choose a class representative. I don't care how you do it, just get it done in the next 10 minutes. He pulled his sleeping bag out from under the podium and wrapped himself in it. Wake me up when you're finished. Then he fell asleep. The classroom descended into chaos. The majority of people immediately started shouting over one another. Class representative would be a tedious job in any other high school, but for UA, and the hero course at large, it provided an opportunity for leadership. Ashido launched halfway out of her seat. Make me president and I'll turn this class into a full-time party. Like that's happening. Kaken slammed a fist on his desk. What kind of school do you think this is? You'd make for a shitty president anyway. It should be someone that actually has brain cells in their head. Oof, Bakugu, no need to be so rude. She folded her arms. Let me guess, you want to be president instead? I'd do a better job than you, he snapped. They stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Mash sighed from his desk. Guys, it's just choosing the class presidency, not a death match. A hand shot up from the other side of the room, a voice rising above the commotion. Please, let us conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion. If we only argue amongst ourselves, a decision will never be made. The noise died down as everyone turned to look at who said it. Izuku dug for his name. Ida, he thought. He recognized the glasses and dark blue hair. What should we do then? Someone asked. Ida lowered his hand. I propose we put it to a vote. Democracy will suit us best in this situation. There were low murmurs of agreement. While Ida and another classmate prepared voting strips, Izuku leaned towards Mash. Who are you voting for? He rubbed the back of his head. Is it too forward to say myself? I was the class vice president a few years back and enjoyed it. And I have experience leading others from helping at Mom's studio. I don't think it's too forward at all. If you can manage Kaken, you can manage a class full of heroes in training. I heard that, Kaken huffed from in front of him. Anyway, Izuku continued, I'd vote for you. He barely got the words out of his mouth before Ashido whipped around, a fierce gleam in her eye. Mito, you're supposed to have my back on this. Vote for me. Ashido, you're already the founder and president of the Cool Eyes gang. She froze. Oh shit. You're right, Midoriya. She tapped her foot. But class president would be cool too. Ojiro, what did you do as vice president? We worked with teachers and students to resolve different problems, and it was our responsibility to raise awareness for different events. Wait, I thought you got to plan parties and dances. Those kinds of things. Well, yeah, but there weren't many of those, so we did other stuff. I don't think UA has parties anyway. Izuku couldn't imagine Aizawa as a chaperone to 100 wild teenagers getting high on punch and dancing to whatever songs were currently trending. Though Mike would definitely love the idea. He'd probably even volunteer to be their DJ. Ashido frowned. Next thing on my to-do list. Find out who to talk to about having parties. Alright, Ojiro, I'm convinced. I'm now your campaign manager. Mash blinked. We don't have campaigns. She pointed an accusing finger at him. Don't doubt my abilities. I know what the people want. I'll make you the most popular guy in class. I don't really want to be popular. Mash murmured. You're gonna be whether you like it or not. She whipped out her phone. Hold on. I'm kicking off your campaign and solidifying votes. You owe me big time, mister. I'll take food or you can do some of my homework. No, seriously, Ashido, you don't need to ask anyone for votes. It's done. Mash let his head fall on the desk. I take it back, he groaned. I changed my mind. Izuku just hummed. Your bedmish. You're going to be a great class president. He groaned again. Ashido and the universe cackled. Mash tied with Yaoyorozu, 4 votes each. They stood awkwardly together at the front of the class. No time to cast another vote just between them. A coin flip? Someone suggested. A blond boy with a dark lightning bolt streak in his hair pulled a coin out of his pocket. Heads or tails? Tails, Mash said immediately. Ching. The coin flew in the air. The blonde caught it and smacked it on the back of his wrist. Any guesses? Just tell us. Already? Kaken banged on his desk impatiently. Someone's grumpy today. Heads. It's decided then. Ida adjusted his glasses. Yaoyorozu will be our class president and Ojiro vice president. Ashido gave Mash a big thumbs up from her seat. Both of you have bad bribing habits, he hissed when he sat back down. It works though, Izuku shot back. I'll give you more root beer if you turn a blind eye to it, Mr. Vice President. He only avoided getting smacked by Mash's tail because their next class was starting. Imiko was having a bad day. No, terrible day. The news company she worked for had sent her to UA to get info on All Might starting a career in teaching, and so far she'd gotten nothing. Nada. First, some high and mighty teens thought they could get by without speaking to any of them. She couldn't even listen in while they gave a statement to another channel. So she took matters into her own hands. If everyone else was scared of the one with explosions in his hands, she'd target one of the others. That boy didn't answer her questions either. Just insist he needed to get to class and fly over the gate. Oh, the hated gate. After it slammed closed in her face, rude, a scruffy man informed them that the gate would stay open as long as no one besides a student attempted to cross it. Emiko demanded to know where All Might was. She was going to get her interview even if it was the last thing she did. The man blinked. He's busy. I suggest you don't hold up any more students, or we'll have the police involved about disturbing the peace. She raged. Every student that passed by and bothered to give a statement didn't have any more clues about All Might's sudden interest in education than the press did. All they could talk about was the fumbled attempts at teaching, the dad jokes, the loud voice that didn't know the meaning of inside. Lesser journalists ate it up. Others, like her, grew more frustrated. Emiko didn't care about the bare minimum. No, All Might's teaching now, I guess. Good for him. Where was the core of this story? She had high standards and they weren't being met with the tittering of schoolgirls in one case. She paced just before the sensors that would lock the gate again. She didn't know what was worse, the gate closed so her path was blocked or the open mockery of it being open. One thing was for sure. Students wouldn't be any help. Only another member of the staff, or All Might himself, could answer her questions. The problem was how to nail him in place long enough to ask them. You want to get past the gate, right? A voice asked. It sounded hoarse and rough, as if the person didn't speak often. She turned. The man wore all dark clothing. His hands were shoved into the front pocket of a hoodie and the hood pulled low over his face so she couldn't see his eyes. His lips were cracked and chapped. She hadn't answered, so he held up a hand. My quirk, he explained. I can disintegrate anything. Even that gate there. She regarded him suspiciously. You know public quirk use is illegal. Well, I believe in bending the rules. You want to talk to All Might and I have a way for you to do just that. Oh, he was definitely suspicious, but Emiko didn't really care. She was going to get her scoop and be the first one to publish it too. If they got in trouble for trespassing? Well, she knew how to keep her mouth shut. A favor for a favor. She held her hand out. Why not? Lunchtime rolled around. Izuku ate quickly, shoveling his food as fast as he could. Slow down, idiot, you're going to choke, Kaken growled over his rice. What's the rush anyway? Izuku swallowed, wiping his mouth off with the back of his hand. Sorry. I'm just going to check the general classes for Tsubasa. Do you? He let the question trail off. Kaken had been explicitly clear. He didn't want to talk to Tsubasa as long as he was silent. Kaken stabbed at some of his vegetables. I'll pass. I'll come with you, Mash offered. I'm worried about him too. They dumped their trays off and began their search of the cafeteria. They had to squeeze between crowded tables and dodge out of the way of upperclassmen, Mash apologizing when his tail bumped into a table. Much like during the entrance exam, Izuku's antennae were useless as far as trying to pick out Tsubasa's scent from the chaos. Unless Izuku walked right into his childhood friend, he wouldn't be able to find him. Hey, a voice called from a few tables over. A girl stood up and waved. Izuku checked behind him. Yes, you green boy. She slipped between the tables. Hi, you probably don't remember me, you helped me during the entrance exam, and I just wanted to thank you. Izuku remembered her now. The girl with a shield quirk who changed her mind on being a hero. I was rejected from the hero course the moment I left the practical exam, she continued, but I did well on the written portion and was accepted in the general course. I like it a lot better. No robots trying to kill me. She laughed awkwardly. It seems you got in though. Congrats. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. Thanks. I'm glad you're happy in the general course. A thought struck. Actually, could you do me a favor? Sure. I kinda owe you one anyway. Do you know anyone in the general course named Ujiko Tsubasa? He's a friend of mine and we haven't spoken for a while, so I'm worried about him. She bit her lip. The name doesn't ring a bell. I'll ask around for you. What's his quirk? He has retractable bat wings. They're bright red too, so you can't miss them. He keeps his hair buzzed too. She typed it into her phone. Ujiko Tsubasa, red bat wings, buzzed hair. No problem. Wait, what's your number? I'll text you if I happen to find him. Izuku had barely rattled off his number when an alarm began to blare. Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion, a robotic recording announced over the din. They glanced around in confusion. Level 3? Mash asked. What's that mean? Some business students at a nearby table stumbled out of their seats in a panic. A thunderous wave spread through the cafeteria as hundreds of students jumped to their feet and ran for the exit, ignoring the instructions they'd just been given. Like a riptide, the crowd dragged the three of them out with its current, then refused to release them from its grip. Izuku gasped with the surge of people. Every jostle was a harsh wave trying to drown him. He could swear up and down that he wasn't claustrophobic, but between the incident with the press this morning and now, he was beginning to think he might be. He couldn't open his wings and fly away like before. He tried. All it did was smack into those around him and make things more uncomfortable for everyone. So he drew them tight against his body. He was shoved against the window. If only he had Sue's sticky pads. Then he'd just climb up and out of the crowd. Movement outside attracted his attention. Colorful shirts with news logos, microphones, cameras. He recognized all of those. It's just the press. He shouted at the people nearby, hoping they'd listen and calm down. Really? There were huge floor-to-ceiling windows and no one here bothered to look outside before panicking. The press? A guy next to him repeated, eyes wide. Yes, the press. Pass on the message and stop shoving into me. He did as Izuku told him to, turning to those around them. It's just the press. A few more nearby slackened their rush forward. Did someone say it was the press? It wasn't much, but at least in their area the blind panic was being replaced with confusion. It was enough for Izuku. Everyone stand back a little, I'm going to tell everyone. When just enough room was cleared, not helped by the pushing that was still going on around them, Izuku jumped up and cleared everyone's heads with a few flaps. Thank UA for having high ceilings. He hovered in place and stuck his fingers in his mouth, letting off one long whistle. Heads turned. Izuku pointed out the window. Look, it's just the press. Everyone stop pushing. He swore every head turned in tandem to do as he said. This isn't a life-threatening situation, but it's still important to follow directions. Evacuate calmly. As quickly as panic had risen, it disappeared. Some of the more intense ones now looked a bit sheepish of their actions under Izuku's watchful gaze. The evacuation happened much smoother with no shoving or running to be first. Aizawa later explained that the reporters had gotten into campus, despite preventative measures, and UA would be looking into it. Good work on being calm during the situation, Aizawa told Izuku after class. Izuku smiled. The hero's way of giving praise wasn't very direct, but he glowed in it nevertheless. Izuku got a notification from the girl from the entrance exam later that afternoon. No one in the entire general course had heard of Ujiko Tsubasa. She'd even asked around other courses. Nothing. No one had heard his name or recognized his description. So he hadn't even made it in UA. That was a blow that Izuku didn't expect. It was one thing to not be accepted to the hero course, but not even to UA? That was something he never even imagined. They all trained hard and studied even harder to get here. And Tsubasa couldn't share it with them. Izuku could emphasize with Tsubasa. The blow of not getting into the course nor school of his choice had to be crushing. But his silence was getting ridiculous. Izuku, Mash, and Kaken were his friends. They were supposed to support him. Did Tsubasa not trust them? He was going to answer Izuku, even if he had to travel the hour and a half to his house to do it. But for tonight he settled for a phone call. The ringing grated on his nerves. Every second, making him more anxious. It had been weeks since they last talked. There was a click. Hello. Izuku answered desperately. We're sorry, your call could not go through. Try again later. Beep. Alien Queen. Hello. You, what are we doing this Sat? Y'all wanna go see that demon killer movie? With a train? What's it called? Do you guys even like action? Action is fine. I've read the book, it's very good. Alien Queen. It's based off a book? No spoilers. Anyway, do you happen to have the answer to 6 on the math homework? Let me see how you did it. Alien Queen. You're not going to give me the answer? I'm teaching you so you'll know how to do it in the future. Alien Queen. Fini. Homework image. You forgot to divide by, that's why the answer doesn't make sense. Alien Queen. You're right. Thank you. Alien Queen has changed Shuji's nickname to My Lord and Savior, Shuji Mizo. My Lord and Savior, Shuji Mizo. Flattering, but you could have found that in your notes. Alien Queen. We have notes? Today we're going off campus for hero training, Aizawa announced. After that first day of class taught by All Might, they hadn't seen the #1 hero again. Instead their training was overseen by Present Mike for an afternoon and now Aizawa. The focus is on disaster relief in a variety of situations. Fire, floods, rockslides. I won't give you the whole spiel here. You'll get it when we arrive. For now decide if you want to wear your costumes. For some of you they'll be ill-suited for this kind of activity. Choose quickly. We load onto the buses in 15 minutes. The mad rush of getting costumes and changing to be on time was starting to feel familiar. And maybe they were getting even quicker at it. Izuku swore they all arrived at the bus with a full 2 minutes to spare. Mash and Yayarozu did their duties as presidents, checking off that everyone was there, then they took their seats and were off. Izuku had kept a careful eye on Koda during the boarding process, making sure he was at the front of the line so he could sit at the back of the bus and far away from the door. He'd also be the last one off, so everything was working out. Ashido claimed the seat next to him, and to his surprise, Shuji sat on the next row over with Tsu. Kaken sat in front along with Kirishima. Those two had been hanging out a lot recently. Midoriya, I've been meaning to ask you, Tsu began, the bus starting to move. If you're a moth, wouldn't you be attracted to light? I sure am, Izuku said. Ashido's eyes widened. Are you serious? Mito? Mito? What? Oh my god, Kaken muttered from the row up. Kirishima looked sharply at him, then back at Izuku. That's a joke, right, dude? No offense, that's a little weird. Ashido grabbed his shoulders, searching for some kind of hint he was joking. Why are you walking around in broad daylight then? Izuku kept his perfect poker face. The sun. It's so beautiful. Midoriya knew. Ashido was going to have a meltdown. Tsu looked like she wanted to take her question back. Izuku was having the time of his life. I'm getting you sunglasses or something. What the f, Mito? Ashido, my only wish is to fly directly into the sun. No. He laughed as she desperately went into another round of asking if it was safe for him to be looking at lights. Out the window, a round glass dome came into view, light reflecting off its curve in the afternoon light. They'd arrived at the USJ. The class followed Aizawa inside the building. Its size was impressive from the outside, but inside, the full scope of what it truly contained was quite overwhelming. From the raised platform they stood on, there was a wide staircase leading down into a central plaza where the rest of the space was split fairly evenly into 6 different zones. Straight across from where they stood was a large lake, complete with a full-sized boat for capsizing and a waterfall. Izuku could smell the traces of smoke from another area. Another section was similar to the mock battle cities, but completely demolished. As always, UA gave their best resources for training. A space-suit-clad figure climbed on the platform, raising a hand in greeting. Welcome students to the USJ. Izuku immediately recognized them as the Space Hero, 13, and bounced on his feet a little. As a renowned rescue hero, it was no wonder why they taught this class. Aizawa approached them, speaking quietly for a moment, then 13 turned to the rest of the class. Hello. As I said before, welcome to the USJ, UA's unforeseen simulation joint. Here you'll learn the ins and outs of how to rescue others in a variety of disasters. But before we can do that, I need to address a few important points. They continued speaking. The lecture was familiar, quirks can be dangerous and the wrong move could get someone killed. A sense of soberness fell over the group at 13's next words. That applies to you as well. If you aren't careful, you could kill someone as well. Accident or not. That's why we have this class, to help you learn when and how to best use your quirks to help. Your other teachers are best suited for combat, but here the focus is on civilians, not villains. That's all I have for speeches. Thank you, hero students. Everyone clapped while 13 bowed. Aizawa leaned against the railing, arms folded. An unfamiliar scent caught Izuku's attention, pulling his gaze away from 13 and down to the center of the building. His clapping slowed as his antennae twitched back and forth, trying to catch a better whiff of it. A dark, swirling vortex appeared by the central fountain. Izuku frowned, pointing towards it. Aizawa, is that part of the lesson? His comment drew the attention of his classmates, and soon they were staring at it as well. Aizawa turned sharply, his posture fluidly moving from his normal hunched position to battle-ready. A figure emerged. Then another. And another. Get back! Aizawa ordered, slipping on his yellow goggles and clutching his scarf. 13 watched the students. What's going on? Ashido asked. Who are they? Some members of the staff. Aizawa barely paused, shouting over his shoulder, This is real, and those are villains. Evacuate immediately. And with that, Eraserhead leapt over the railing and into the fray. Everyone, head towards the doors. 13 shouted, then took a defensive position at the top of the stairs to guard against any villains that dared to come up to the entrance. Izuku hesitated. Eraserhead and 13 were both formidable opponents and top-level pros, but they still had their weaknesses. Eraserhead was more suited for back-alley ambushing, dropping in and erasing quirks before villains knew what hit them. 13 was a great rescue hero, but didn't do a lot of combat. Their quirk was more likely to kill than contain a villain. But what about the villains themselves? He could see 3, 4 dozen. And even more. Too many for only 2 heroes to take on at once. It was easy to differentiate them from his classmates and teachers. One in particular rose above the rest, dark and wrong. Izuku's stomach rolled at the stench of it. It spread through the USJ like a thick miasma. Izuku wanted to get away from it. Mash pulled on his arm, startling him out of his thoughts. Izuku, this isn't the time to get wrapped up in analysis. We need to go. Izuku shook himself, turning away from the sense. The rest of the class were already heading towards the doors. He followed behind Mash as they caught up to the group. They were almost there. So close. Dark mist appeared before them, blocking their way and halting everyone in their tracks. Izuku recognized it as that first initial scent that had caught his attention. Apologizes, the warp villain said, his glowing yellow eyes boring into their group. But I can't allow you to leave. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today. But it seems our information was wrong. Yeah. And who the hell are you? Kaken snapped, explosions popping as he got ready to fight. Next to him, Kirishima hardened his skin. I forgot to introduce ourselves. We are the League of Villains, and we're here to destroy the symbol of peace, All Might. Kill All Might? No, that had to be impossible. Kaken didn't hesitate to leap forward, hands out as the beginning of an explosion butted on his palms. The darkness burst outwards, consuming him completely, then encircled their group. Behind them, 13 yelled something. Farewell, students. Others in the group began disappearing into the dark mist. Izuku! Mash yelled, pointing behind him. He followed his instincts, kicking off to fly up and away. He avoided the attack, but Mash hadn't. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're a troublesome one, the mist said, making eye contact with Izuku. Unfortunately, I can't allow you to get away. Izuku flew. He dodged and weaved around dark portals on every side, sometimes only barely stopping himself from flying straight into one. His breaths came in sharp gasps. He had to think. The portals were trying to keep him boxed in over the platform. If he could get out, then he could fly to the main campus and get help. But first he'd have to get past the villain. He switched tactics. Instead of blindly charging for the exit, he went the opposite way, towards the main fight in the plaza. The portals stopped following him beyond the platform. He slowed near the top of the dome to catch his breath and reconvene. He could smell his classmates scattered throughout the rest of the USJ, their scents intermingled with villains in every direction. Where could he help? How does he get past the portal guy? Did he have a range? How many portals could he make at a time? His mistake was pausing. Before he could move, dark mist over. Shadowed him and he was sent away. Izuku plunged into water. He had been teleported under the surface. How far, he wasn't sure, but it was getting deeper by the second. His wings heavy with the sudden moisture dragged him downwards. Izuku clawed at the water, kicking his legs to try and propel himself upwards. All his efforts did was churn it around him and create little bubbles that floated their way past mockingly towards the surface. His lungs burned. He hadn't been able to get a full breath before the portal had swallowed then spit him back up here. Desperation clung to him, wailing and screaming in his ears. The shimmering light of the water's surface drifted farther away. Izuku's lungs squeezed. He needed a breath right now. A shape appeared out of the water. Predatory and shark-like, the villain swam towards him, wide mouth filled with sharp teeth ready to tear into him. Izuku tried to swim away. His movements were too slow. He wasn't getting anywhere. He'd heard people compare swimming with flying before. They were wrong. So incredibly wrong. Swimming was nothing like flying. He couldn't hold his breath any longer. He opened his mouth to breathe in. Water flooded into his lungs and his vision began to go black. The last thing he saw was the villain turning and something wrapping around and tugging on his waist. A century later, Izuku bolted upright. His lungs heaved as they worked to dispel gallons of water out of his body. He sputtered, getting a breathful of air, then immediately heaved again as chlorinated water ran out of his mouth like a faucet. A hand rested on his shoulder. "Midoriya, are you okay?" He nodded and coughed. His whole body trembled. He'd recognized Tsu's voice immediately, and for once he wasn't shaking because of her. She patted his back a few times while he coughed the rest of the water out, the back of his throat burning. He rubbed at his neck uncomfortably, only now looking up. They sat on the deck of a ship. Across from him crouched Aoyama, taking a hesitant peek over the railing. The Frenchman was just as soaked as the rest of them, but was missing his shiny cape that was part of his costume. "We are completely surrounded," he said. "They are all so incredibly ugly. Disgusting." "Please stay focused," Tsu said. "How many are there?" "I believe I counted 10 or so. I could always show them the magnifique of my naval laser and be done with them instantly." "Let's not." "No, wait," Izuku whispered, his voice hoarse from the burning in his throat. "That's not a bad idea. I think we should use our quirks to our advantage." Tsu glanced at him in surprise. "What makes you say that?" "Think about it. If they knew what our quirks were, they'd have sent us to areas that would be disadvantageous." She nodded. "I would have been over in the wildfire area because my skin would dry out." "I still would have been sent here," Izuku added, then paused. "I might be the only person that was sent to a specific zone, since I don't do well in water. But what about you, Aoyama?" "My naval laser can shine just as brilliantly no matter where I am," he smiled. Izuku and Tsu gave him deadpan looks. "Yes, but I can only use it for a certain amount of time before my stomach hurts." "Well, the first thing we need to figure out is how to get past the villains and escape," Tsu said. "Exactly," Izuku agreed. "That warp villain said they were here to kill All Might. They wouldn't claim that unless they really had a way to do it." Tsu's and Aoyama's faces turned grim. "Our first priority is to get rid of the villains here and escape. The rest of the class is spread out across the USJ. I could smell them right before I got all wet." He indicated his antennae. They drooped from their proud upright V to bounce in front of his face. "Tsu, you're the only one here with a natural advantage in water, but there's too many for you to fight alone. We need to think of another way to fight." His eyes drifted to the door leading to the boat's bridge. "Actually, I wonder." Izuku didn't know if UA was a stickler for the little details or really didn't mind throwing so much money into, well, fully stocking an entire fake ship. Either way, he decided to be thankful. They rummaged through some cupboards and found some towels which Izuku gladly used to dry off. The water that soaked into his wings made them heavy and difficult to move. Never mind flying. It wouldn't get them completely dry, but it would get most of the moisture out. He instructed Tsu and Aoyama on how to help him dry off. "Just dab with the towel, not rub, or my scales can come off and that'll be worse." They did the hard-to-reach places on his wings while he carefully rubbed along his antennae and its small spines. His sense of smell was coming back and they were standing up fairly straight again, so hopefully flying wouldn't be too difficult. While they did this, they planned. The first thing they agreed on was they wouldn't be directly fighting. It would be 3 of them against nearly a dozen villains. Tsu was the only one with a water-advantageous quirk and Izuku couldn't really do much while flying against someone in the water. So they got creative. Aoyama had explained his quirk in more detail while drying Izuku's wings. "I must confess I don't just get stomach aches," he told them. "Since my quirk manifested, I've always had to wear a support item to keep it from bursting out at inopportune times. I burned several holes in walls and furniture before I received my support belt actually. My belt helps me not just suppress the worst of the damage, but also regulate it." Izuku locked onto that last bit. He turned slightly. "Regulate it? How?" Aoyama winked at him. "If you think my laser is beautiful now, you should see it in its raw form. It shines even brighter than it does now." Izuku had a terrible idea. "You good to fly?" Tsu double-checked. They huddled at the bow of the boat. The boat rocked beneath their feet. It wasn't the most well-thought-out plan, but they were on a time limit and the villains below were getting impatient. Izuku nodded. "It'll be a bit shaky, but I should be able to get as far as the meeting point." Aoyama removed his belt. "I know my laser is magnifique, but please refrain from looking directly at it or it may blind you." "That means you," Tsu said pointedly at Izuku. "I don't know if you were pulling Ishido's leg earlier, but I swear, you better not do it." He held up his hands in surrender. "Don't look at the pretty light, got it? You think you can hide, brats? A villain called. We're getting real tired of waiting." The boat rocked dangerously, nearly upsetting all their balances, then began listing heavily to one side. Was the boat sinking? "I believe that's our cue," Izuku said. "I'll see you on the other side." He did a half salute, then jumped off the bow, wings flapping to gain some altitude. There were shouts from the villains below and a jet of water flew close to his head. He didn't look back though. He was going first, partially because he can cross the expanse of water by himself and partially so he could draw the villains to that side of the boat. He heard a piercing whistle. Aoyama's voice. "Bonjour. Bon journey, messers." And there was a great flash of light as if a giant camera went off. There was an uproar of howling. "My eyes," a villain screamed. Tsu flew past, Aoyama under one arm, her powerful jumping legs carrying both of them quickly across the water to their meeting point in the shallows. It was as close as they dared to go to the central plaza. Izuku landed next to them, keeping his wings high in the air so they wouldn't get wet again as he sloshed in the shallows. When he glanced back, the villains were in disarray, swimming in circles, screaming about their eyesight, and generally not being a threat. Aoyama snapped his support belt back on with a vain grin and a sigh. "It seems my laser's beauty is too much for mortal eyes." Never mind the Frenchman's narcissism, the sudden burst of light had done a remarkable job at distracting the villains. Izuku almost wished he had the chance to witness it. Though the chance of permanent blindness was not quite as appealing. The 3 of them hid behind a rocky outcropping near the flood zone. Izuku vibrated his wings to continue to dry them. "Aizawa's doing pretty well," Tsu commented. Their teacher was still going strong. He'd incapacitated the majority of villains in the area with a speed and confidence worthy of a pro. Izuku shook his head. "There's still too many of them. Eventually he's going to tire out and be overrun. We need to help out where we can." "There'll be no problem for me," Aoyama said. "Don't get cocky," Tsu warned him. "You didn't even directly hit the villains back at the boat. We'll have to be careful with how we help cause we could just end up getting in the way." "Exactly," Izuku agreed. "We'll watch for a good opening and go then." The man who'd exited the portal first stood slightly off to the side, scratching his neck and talking to himself. From their hiding spot they couldn't clearly hear what he was saying, but Izuku thought he caught snippets of numbers. Then, as if launched from a cannon, he dashed forward. Izuku barely saw it happen. The hand-covered villain gripped Aizawa's elbow, then his elbow cracked and flaked away into a flurry of gray ash. Aizawa grunted, attempting to strike back but barely missed. The villain jumped away, chuckling in a raspy voice. "You're getting tired, Eraserhead. This isn't your usual fighting style, is it?" His voice lifted. You've been pretty cool taking down all my low-level players. But I'm tired of playing with you. I'm not the final boss anyway. There was a black blur. Aizawa started to turn. His head was slammed into the concrete with a sickening crunch. The figure could only be described as a monster. It towered at a colossal size, perhaps even taller than All Might, who was more than 2 meters. Its skin was unnaturally black and bulged with muscles. The face was the worst part of it though. A sharp, bird-like beak, dead, staring eyes, and above that, an exposed brain. It sent a shiver down Izuku's spine just looking at it. The scent of it made him shrink back, however. That thing was the source of the terrible scent he'd noticed earlier. He'd never had a human scent make him feel sick before. And yes, it was human. Undeniably so. Unfortunately, it was difficult to notice at first because of the other prevailing scents coming off of it all at once. Izuku didn't know if it was because of its quirk, and normally he didn't like to put labels such as villainous or heroic on quirks, but now he'd utterly believe that it was evil. The man covered in hands crouched next to Aizawa. This is the League's pet project. The Anti-All Might. We call it a Nomu. It was created specifically to kill your so-called symbol of peace, he said with malicious, childlike glee. The Nomu twisted Aizawa's arm backwards to an impossible angle, snapping it as easily as a twig. The 3 students flinched from behind the rock outcropping. Shigaraki didn't even speak as if it was human. Or at least not anymore. Aoyama pressed a hand against his mouth, face pale. A tremble made its way up Izuku's spine. Just what had this League been doing? The warp villain appeared by the handman's side. Kurogyri, he said. Is 13 dead? Kurogyri inclined his head slightly. No. They're simply incapacitated. However, one of the students slipped by me. Handman had been scratching at his neck languidly but now dug his fingernails deeper into his skin with increased intensity. If you weren't our ticket out of here, I'd kill you, he hissed. Everything is ruined. No All Might. Just a bunch of brats and their meddling teachers. Game over. Game over. Over. He sounded like a child about to throw a tantrum. Suddenly he stopped. He stood from his crouched position. All Might's not here, so I'll guess we'll leave. As you wish, Shigaraki, Kurogyri nodded. But first. Shigaraki turned sharply to their hiding spot. His next words made Izuku's blood freeze in his veins. I think I'll kill some kids before I go. Far too quickly, the villain leapt across the space between them. Pale fingers with broken fingernails stretched out. Izuku had seen what the man's quirk could do. Had seen the flesh on Aizawa's arm crumble and turn to dust before him. Shigaraki aimed for Tsu. Between the fingers of the hand on his face, Izuku could see blood-red eyes wide in delight. It wasn't hard to imagine a wide, crazed grin to match. His friend was going to be killed. And after her, it would be him and Aoyama. He moved before he could think, pushing Tsu out of the way. His wings flared outward and his mind blanked.